Clubhouse.
You have enjoyed a certain kind of privilege amongst our people here in Newport that has created an illusion for you.
What kind of illusion is that?
The kind that has enabled you to act without grace, manners, and impunity. But I am not from Newport. We will be attending the ball as a family. My husband has made a rather nice donation because that is actually the respectable thing to do, Mrs. Curtin.
Welcome to New Money, Old Rules, the Gilded Age Podcast. This is Caroline.
And this is Mike. Tonight we are discussing the Season 3 finale, Episode 8, My Mind is Made Up. It was written by Lord Julian Fellowes and Sonia Warfield, and it was directed once again by Sally Richardson Whitfield, who you will recall directed last week's episode.
Just a community note, if you want to continue the conversation and get some extra history notes, please join us on Facebook, the Gilded Age Fan Group HBO series. Just a reminder, you guys, we're going to be spoiling everything in this episode, so please go watch and then come on back and we'll discuss everything, the highs and lows, all the things, the Gilded Age. Yes, this is our finale.
Caroline, another finale has come and gone. First, of course, as tradition, we are not putting this out in any kind of timely fashion, but we are putting it out sooner than many of our other finale episodes. So,
and we'll go ahead and give you guys the whole spiel on why that is, because we get very connected to these characters. We hate to see them go. We tend to rewatch the finale bunches of times. We also just feel like this is our last bite at the apple here. We never know when we're going to get a season 4. And this time we know we're going to get one, but at the same time, we just feel like we need to really just drip in this. I feel like,
yeah,
and then we're willing to let it go because we know we're probably going to have a couple years before we get to see our characters again.
Right. I mean, we're talking a minimum 1 year, more likely 2. Though I feel like because the renewal came in season, I feel like it's not going to be 2 years. I feel it's going to be closer to the 1 year mark is my guess.
I would agree with you. I also think it's going to be harder and harder to hang on to these actors.
Yes.
Because a lot of them are starting to get some recognition and, they have every right to ask for more money, which, hey, I want to talk about that production cost comment that we got online. We had made a comment that it was important that they let some of the characters go and kind of trim the fat as we get nearing to the end of the season. And we had a listener write in and say, no, that's not it. I'm positive that it's because they're listening to the viewers, that there was too many storylines and people weren't following them all. I would like to comment to that viewer and say I do not believe that is the reasoning. I have watched plenty of Lord Julian Fellowes' work, including Downton Abbey, and it is my opinion that this is his style of writing, and he's been extremely consistent on having many, 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 many storylines. Ones that are very, very important, ones that are much smaller and quieter. And this is his style, and this is what he's always done. So I don't believe he's going to change that. What I do believe and what we know is that every single season, they are having to renegotiate the contracts. Morgan Spector's out there right now saying he doesn't have a season 4 contract. So knowing that, doesn't he have a lot more clout coming to the table for season 4 than he would have season 1? He's going to ask for more money. All of the principal actors have the right to ask for more money. When that happens, when Carrie Coon, when Morgan Spector, when even the actor playing, say, Gladys, who is now going to take a much more prominent role than, say, season 1, she has every right to ask for more money. She's definitely the focus. I think that it is very reasonable that they're going to have to cut other smaller roles or anybody who wants to move on to other things. Like let's think back to Rose Leslie moving on to Game of Thrones from Downton Abbey, or the character Matthew or Sybil who wanted to leave to go pursue other projects and they write them out. These are things that happen that is just natural in the course of production. So I just wanted to address that. I appreciate your opinion that you feel like it's just that Lord Fellowes would just change everything because audiences have some audiences aren't comfortable following so many storylines. But I honestly believe there is a true financial reason. And I know, Mike, you also understand production and understand that this is just the way production works as you move on. You cut off different characters.
You have to. The longer the show is on, HBO becomes, or every network becomes more and more concerned with cost per episode, because the nature of unions, and this show is shot in the United States. It's not shot overseas. This is actually a hot topic right now on Broadway, because Cabaret and Sunset Boulevard, both of which were financially profitable in England, are due to lose $6 million for Sunset and $25 million for Cabaret in their Broadway transfers. And Sunset's already closed, and Cabaret is probably going to close by the end of the year, because it costs more to produce things in the United States. You have unions, you have higher healthcare costs. It's more expensive to produce here for a myriad of reasons. And so HBO is going to want fat trimmed. It will be a leader show. They may have as many storylines, or it'll be transitioning more to guest stars. Whereas like Thaisa Farmiga, Gladys, if she was maybe a regular the entire first 3 seasons of the show, I would not be surprised if she becomes more a guest star, not a regular appearing cast member. You had Audrey McDonald, who was Dorothy. I feel like Dorothy was in just about every episode. God, she's one of the MVPs of this finale. She's a guest star. She's not a series regular. And just to your point about these characters, these actors are all going to move on. Christine Nielsen and Simon Jones, who play Mrs. Bauer and Bannister, servants in the Van Ryn household. Those two birds, I just saw them on a red carpet. They were invited to some major movie premiere in England. They're
all going to want more money and deserve more money, right?
Deserve, because they have entertained us for years now at this point. There's a reason why Gilded Age in season 3 smashed all of its previous records over the first 2 seasons. The show has just caught more and more fire. Yes, there's a large group of people that hate watch this show. I regularly see the conversation of, you need to be watching Gilded Age. Oh my God, is it a good show? No, it's horrible. But why should I watch it? Because it is my favorite show on television ever. I have seen that conversation so many times on Reddit. People because they can't get enough of the show. Well, people are also crazy, and the internet is horrible. Oh
my gosh.
Yeah. So, I think the show, going back to the original, how long do we have to wait for season 4? My feeling is it's going to be in the year-ish mark, because I think one of the secret sauces for season 3 was that it hit during the summer. It just more eyeballs available. If you're going to put out a product of a high production quality with something that's tantalizing and beautiful gowns and dramatic storylines and top of the line Broadway actors and great acting across the board in the summer, people are hungry for that. So I think it would be smart for HBO to try and get it, or Lord Julian Fellows and his team to get it back on for next June or July, so they get to capitalize again on those summer months. Once September, October hits, yes, the traditional TV season isn't as traditional as it used to be, but there's a lot more competition for eyeballs once you get into September and October, or, later in the year.
I also think, honestly, it's always a smarter idea. And we all, as fans, nobody's going to debate us on this one. The quicker they come back, the quicker that you still have this, hunger for it, the craving for it. And I think that, season 3, and you guys can fact check me on this, because I don't know the exact number of months in between every single season. But I think that, if they can get it back in a year, you're going to keep the momentum going. If you spread it out to 2 years or just drag it on. First of all, I think we're going to lose people. I think that some of the people who don't have season 4 contracts right now, there's a fair shot at that they're like, I want to do a project in between then. If there's going to be this super long, they have to pay their bills. So I can understand why there might be a push to be like, let's get going. And you know what, Mike? Let's get going on this episode.
Okay, so you know how I feel about penultimate episodes. It's the episode that sets the table. Now, and I think this season's episode 7 did set the table across the board. Caroline, did this finale satisfy you? Did it pay off everything set up over the last 7 hours?
Dang, that's such a big question.
It's hard hitting. These are the questions.
It's just a big question. Do I feel satisfied? I think I do, but I also think I had to do a little bit of work on my own in order to feel satisfied. And we're going to get to the painkiller of it all.
Well, I think that I feel like you and I had a conversation last week, I believe it was, that there was a lot of stuff to resolve in this season. And would the finale be successful if it did not resolve everything? And I think as this season comes to an end, there's a lot of unresolved plot lines. They certainly introduced new things for season 4, but I feel like there's a lot of plots that we care about that were not resolved in any kind of definitive way at the end of this episode.
I've been thinking about it in just like the last couple of hours, really. I've been thinking about the idea that when we began the show, the focus was very much on these parallel young women, Marion and Peggy, coming into the city. Really, even though, of course, Peggy had had a whole different life in Philadelphia, but this was like their big foray in New York City for Peggy, living away from her parents and having this life at 61st Street and everything. And Marion, of course, coming into the city and learning about society. That was the conceit of the show really at the very beginning. Of course, we had the much larger sort of like above them storyline of Bertha v. like society and Mrs. Astor and all that stuff. But I really felt like at its core, it was like a Marion Peggy beginning for us. Now, who do you feel the focus is on now? Have we maintained that this is still their story, or have they sort of just become part of the group?
I believe this is the story of Bertha Russell primarily in her ascension of society, with significant supporting storylines revolving around Marion and her search for love, Peggy and her search to have it all, and the Russell family in general. But I think this is a show. I mean, if you were going to order cast listing, I think Carrie Coon and Bertha Russell are number one on the call sheet insofar as time spent, interest, that the show seems to be focusing the most on.
I do want to mention this. If you guys are Leftovers watchers, and if you haven't, go watch The Leftovers and you're in between these seasons and see a completely different side of Carrie Coon. I remember you and I being in a panel for The Leftovers. I believe it was at ATX. And I'm not sure exactly which panel it was, but we were listening to the idea of how actors can be so great and unexpectedly great that they actually create a role that's much bigger than was initially sort of developed for them. And that Carrie Coon had done that in The Leftovers, that the character of Nora was much smaller in the book, much different in the book. She made it her own so much that she became a much bigger character in the television show. And I was thinking about, did Carrie Coon work her Carrie Coon magic with Bertha too, where maybe it's plausible that she, while she would have had a storyline, of course, and it's an important storyline, I wonder if the actor, Carrie Coon, really is making it feel even bigger than that role was because of how she did that in The Leftovers. Do you have thoughts on that?
No, you're 1,000% right. I think it was Parada and Damon talking in that We Were Liars panel.
That's what I was thinking. It was the adaptation.
It was a panel about book adaptation to screen, and I believe that was where that conversation came up. But to your point, I that would make a lot of sense. Carrie Coon is impossible not to watch her when she's on screen. If she's in the background doing background work, you're still looking at her. There's something about her. There's something about her intensity and just the way she holds the camera. The camera goes to her. So what are you going to do? Ignore her? That's where the camera's looking. That's where everyone's looking on the screen because it's just oozing out of her. So yeah, I think you're smart to go shift your storyline. Plus, it allows you then, if she becomes the center, Marion in the first season was largely the avatar for the audience. I remember us talking about
we
this
said
a
that
lot.
so many times.
In season one, she was the one asking, why is it this way? Because the viewers were asking, why is it this way?
She helped us learn about society and get us sort of in the right frame of mind.
Whereas the show shifting to Bertha almost became like, instead of us asking questions via Marion, it almost became like a mentor, where Bertha became kind of a mentor for the viewers of, this is how it should be. Come along and I'll take you on the journey with me as I enact my plans for how society should be reordered. It was kind of a shift in tone and approach. And maybe after season 1, we didn't really need all of the hand-holding that the Marion avatar for the audience provided, because they did a lot of world building in those first 9 episodes. You know, maybe we were ready to be off of the training wheels, and let's ride through society via Bertha's point of view, because it naturally affects her family, her marriage to George and his business, the Gladys storyline of getting her brought out into society and then married. And so as a mother, as a wife, but then as someone trying to climb the ladder of society and take over society, right? It's less interesting if we were following Mrs. Astor every week at the head of society, because she's already there. Right? So we had to go with Bertha to watch her ascend. And because Bertha's character touches she touches all of the other characters on the show. Even Oscar gets some good FaceTime with her in this episode. And I don't know that they had ever had a good conversation.
Yeah. And that's probably actually a really good example is like, if you notice, like, she is the one character that they kind of made sure that almost everybody had a conversation with at different times, including like Aurora, including, like you said, Oscar, Larry, Marion, like everybody, Peggy, Dr. K, like everybody seems to have had a reason at some point to have to interact. Maybe not Peggy. I'm going to take Peggy out of that, you guys. Okay, but you know what? I want to also just real quick for our listeners, if you said, hey, wait a minute, where did you go to a panel and where did you listen to something about like the leftovers? I just want to throw this out there because we do have another podcast that is about our press pass and what we do when we're not doing things like the Gilded Age. We're going to cons and we're going to festivals, film festivals, TV festivals, all types of things. And we are reporting that on a different feed, which is called Pod Clubhouse Press Pass. So as we are winding up this season, if you guys want to still listen to us and hear about different things that we've gone to, please go over and check out that feed. And also, if you have interest in going to ATX, we have gone many years. I love it. It's a television festival where we get to find out so many great things coming. We get to revisit old shows of the past. We have like reunion shows that go on with it. It's amazing. This next year, it's going to be May 28th to the 31st. It's in Austin, Texas. It is super fun, you guys. It is called like TV camp for grown-ups. Super fun, like shorts and t-shirts. Enjoy yourself. Awesome programming. So I want to give a little pluggity plug because we have enjoyed it so much. And obviously we get information like this that we just shared with you.
We got to spend a couple days with Baranski while we were down there. In addition to Morgan and Carrie, they were there in a couple panels, but Baranski was honored for her achievement in television, you know.
And we can't forget that they had a whole Gilded Age panel that we also went to, and we got a chance to see them interact, seeing Carrie Coon and Morgan Spector interact outside of, you know, a TV camera on them was exciting because they were completely different people.
Yes, but their chemistry is just as electric. So
energy all day long.
They are all energy.
They were both like wiggling in their chairs. They had so much energy.
So let's start. We're going to start right at George and his shooting and everything that kind of comes out of that. Just as a general question for you, I'm interested to see what listeners think. Ballpark, how much time do you think passes from when he gets shot and is brought back to 61st Street in the cab to the ball? And I ask because the show has always jumped time, right? Or it's not unusual for a season of the Gilded Age to take to go between 6 months and a year. This isn't just days, right? This is several weeks between that they are covered in this episode, do you think?
I think that's a pretty good guess.
I was thinking about it because I feel like my own watching of it, I was like, man, he is recovering very fast. I mean, and Dylan Baker, who's playing Dr. Logan, even says like, your recovery is a miracle, but there are clues, I think, that indicate that some time has passed.
Yes, for sure. I think that they really made it clear that when the bullet came out and it was intact, that meant like there was far less damage and far less than could have been. Like if it had exploded.
And it was in his rib, right? I mean, it was there.
Right. So it didn't hit like a vital organ. It hit, it hit a rib and all that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking if you're just healing an in and out without any of like that shrapnel kind of effect on the inside, that, it could be much quicker. Also, I mean, he's healing and he's doing pretty well, but he's still, he's taking it easy, you know? So it's hard to gauge how quickly he would. you would heal?
If I was shot in the rib with someone trying to kill me, I would stay on the couch for quite a bit longer.
Are you one of those men, those cliche men that like are like crying when they have a cold kind of thing?
No, my big boy pants stay on the entire time,
well,
but I'm gonna take some time off though. Maybe mail it into the office. Now I work from home, so it's really, I'm talking about mailing it from my bed to the couch. But like I'm gonna take some time off. I'm gonna rest and recuperate. Maybe spend some more time in Newport. Get your feet in the sand a little bit and relax.
George can't do that though. I mean, first of all, he's got to keep up appearances. He's not interested in showing one bit of weakness to anybody anywhere. And additionally, he doesn't want anyone to know. And so if you can't let anyone know, you can't be putting your feet in the sand. That wouldn't make any sense. Like, what's going on with George?
I'm glad you bring that up because I think it was a very impressive show of Bertha and George. They are on the same page so often because George, he's clippity-cloppity. He's being hauled into the dining room on 61st Street. And it's Bertha that says, keep the police away. Do what you can to keep the police away. George didn't communicate that to her, but she immediately understood what George would want and that she understood what she needs. They cannot let the police get in on this because they cannot let this get out. For society, for the business, it was a nice bit that George didn't have to whisper to Bertha, keep the police away or anything. Mm-hmm. She said immediately, and then they reinforce that. They have the Pinkerton detective come to look into the shooting instead of contacting the police. Bertha talking to Marion, we're going to actually play that clip a little bit later, but she says anything to protect the business. We cannot let the police know about this because it can't get out. She understood at a subconscious level that this couldn't get out. And I thought it was nice layering in throughout the entire episode, but really right out of the gate that Bertha and George were on the same page with this because obviously he was in no fit to say it, but as soon as he was able to, he expressed like, no, everything is for the business. I'm going to show up the ball. It's all for the business.
So let's talk to viewers for a second. Why, Mike? Why do you think it's so important that they keep it out of the police's eyes and keep it out of like the public eye? Explain to anyone who's out there saying, I don't get it. I would do what Mike would do. And why don't you call the police? Why did they do that?
I mean, I think the protect the business aspect of it is the Russell Industries stock, the Illinois Central line deal with the Merricks. This just got salvaged out of the fire because Larry finding the mines and them being able to front cash on expected earnings for the copper mines. So they just recovered from near disaster. You still have all the banks failing. You're still in the midst of the panic of 1884 here. You can't have one of the richest men in New York, a titan of industry, being shot by a former, presumably on the orders of a former worker. We're going to assume Clay is the one behind this, though maybe the Merricks were, maybe Sage. I mean, but Clay is the obvious culprit, but you can't get out that he has been cut down to his knees. It's the same way when, not to, I think, promote George, his position more, but the same way that, like, when presidents are assassinated, like if a president, God forbid, was assassinated, the stock market would be closed immediately. Any kind of time there's a disaster, the stock market is shut down because you can't have people trading on fear. You can't have people making decisions and crashing the market and or taking advantage. They would destroy Russell Industries. There would be a run on that stock. The Russells would wake up in the morning. Maybe it would take more than a day, but it wouldn't take much longer than that for them to be broke if there was even a whisper of George Russell being murdered or laid low by a bullet. That's my take on it. That was my reasoning. I mean, they don't expressly say it, but that's my take on it. And then you have the society aspect of it, which Bertha does give word to, that on the heels of society being rocked by Ward's book, you can't have another thing on top of it that the people in society wouldn't be able to handle it. Their pearls are so clutched or ready from Ward, they wouldn't be able to deal with someone coming and shooting George Russell to death in his office. What? They would go into lockdown, don't you think?
Yes, I do. I do. And I think that, I mean, there was a lot of talk about stocks and that kind of concept over this 3 seasons. If you find some different little parts, the worrying about never looking weak in any way, never looking uncertain in any way, never giving any reason for any investor anywhere to pull out of anything. You just don't want to give them any reason because that's what they're looking for. If you're an investor, I feel like your main job is to look for a reason to leave.
Well, because also remember, this is before the Great Depression. So this is before all of the securities laws. This is all before the modern corporation as we know it, where the singular person in charge, there are contingency plans should something happen to them, right? You have right. Elaborate board of directors. You have succession plans at the top companies. I'm talking about not every company, mom and pop corporations. They should, but they don't always. But I'm talking about the largest corporations in the world where should they fail will have a ripple effect through the economy. They are intentionally diffused so that if the person who's even maybe the face of the company fails or falls or dies or is arrested, the company won't fail. There are contingencies in place. Plus, again, they're going to suspend the trading of that stock nowadays. Russell Industries, if they didn't shut down the entire stock market because of this shooting, Russell Industries, that stock would be suspended. They would interrupt trading on it until it was clear what was happening. They would let it go on for a little while, but then there are percentage drops that trigger all sorts of suspensions in trading. Anyway, in 1884, that didn't exist. George Russell is Russell Industries. Period. End of it. They don't care who else is employed by Russell Industries. They don't care how many choo-choo trains they have on how many tracks. If George is dead, Russell Industries is dead. They're synonymous. So that's why you have to keep this quiet. I want to get to Bannister, who I love so nosing his way into 61st Street. He volunteers that Dr. Kirkland, William, is at 61st Street, right, across the street. Bertha says, and he says to her, I have to let you know he's colored. And her response without hesitation is, what do I care? Go get him. Love Bertha for that. Bertha is, for all of her faults, Bertha is wonderfully progressive in a way that we should all applaud. Did you take note of that? Did you bump on that? Was that important for the show to say?
Oh, yeah, because it continued to go on. It wasn't just that one comment. I mean, obviously, when, the white doctor comes in later on, Dr. Logan, I mean, there's a moment there that's very uncomfortable and back and forth. And he has to have a moment of sort of getting over it that Dr. K was the one who was there and was doing everything. So, yeah, I think it was super important. And we need this out of Bertha. We need her to show redeeming qualities like this because, I know we've heard from our viewers, people saying things or our listeners saying things like, boy, Bertha can do no wrong in y'all's eyes. Not true. Bertha has done a lot of wrong things and has hurt a lot of feelings and has really tried everybody in her life, really. But at the same time, she does have these moments where she's a balanced character. You can see that she has good in her heart. She's not just trying to gain status only for herself and her family alone. That's not the goal. I mean, this season, she's trying to raise up other women. She's trying to support, these divorcee situations. And I think all of that is admirable and what makes her a well-written character because you can love to hate her. You can say she's got some good qualities and she's got some crap qualities. And that's a great character because that's realistic.
Another strong woman that we have to shout out in this scene and in this episode is Marion. Dr. Kirkland says, I need another set of hands here to help staunch the flow of blood. Marion jumps up on that table and straddles George and puts her hand right in the muck, right in the goo, without question. She is in that gown and she does not hesitate to jump up. Listeners, you cannot like Marion. You cannot like her and how she handled Larry and lying and the Hayes market. You cannot like her for whatever reason. You are out of your mind if you are not giving her crazy props for how she behaves in this scene.
I thought this was the best performance of Louisa Jacobson that we had gotten in a long time. She was so comfortable in her own skin. There was no the part that I dislike about Marion is the uncertainty. She's everything Bertha's not, right? She's never sure of what she's doing exactly. So when she acts so definitively, it is a joy to see because she jumped up there. She was so a part of it. It was all so visceral. And she acted like it was a real emergency, you know, and it was a real thing. And she could have just been sniveling in the corner. She could have like kind of pulled that side of her out. And instead, she was hands-on, getting blood all over her dress and all in with the family, which was just amazing. And I think the conversation she has later with Bertha when they're walking, and she's like, I could definitely tell, like, you're not just some, you know, like wallflower debutante, you know, prissy kind of person. None of that. You know, like, you got in there and you helped our family. And like, that's the kind of woman we need in this group. Thank goodness, you know, that we had that on display for Bertha to finally see Marion for who she is. And honestly, for us as the viewers to finally see who she really is, because she's kind of done a lot of hemming and hawing. She's kind of been this, you know, not very sure of herself kind of woman. And now it felt like, boom, she was like, when the shit hits the fan, you can rely on her. And that is the girl you want by your side.
I have to ask a question
about
about
your family.
I agree 1,000%. This is her being, you know, words or wind, right? To use another another Game of Thrones quotes that you mentioned Game of Thrones earlier. You know, actions matter. And whatever her words are, Marion jumped into action here, which is interesting because the Surds are around. Mrs. Bruce is in the scene. Obviously, Bertha's in the scene. You know, everyone had kind of filtered into the room. Adelaide, you know, was there. But there may be something where, like, the servants couldn't, I mean, Church was there. I mean, Borden, right? A lot of people could have jumped up at this moment. But there's something about that's their boss. That's not just George. That's Mr. Russell. That's master of this house. So I wonder if there's something to, like, where Borden, who's, you know, he's a big guy, right? But if there's something like, I can't stick my fingers in the guts of Mr. Russell, where then you actually need Marion there because she is, she loves the family. She loves Larry, but she's not in the family. She's not in the house. So you actually need an outsider to jump up and straddle in the same way you need Dr. Kirkland to be doing that surgery.
That's a fascinating take. I didn't really think that much about, like, the sort of hierarchy of the household and, like, who had the ability or, like, the sort of the permission, I guess, to be in such a vulnerable spot with Mr. Russell, because that is all very...
That's intimate. I mean, you put your fingers in someone's chest is an
like
intimate
manners
action.
In a weird way, right?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think that much about that. But I mean, obviously it's very glaring with the doctors. You know, the hierarchy of everything is very glaring there. But I didn't think that much. And you're right.
And
Marion
she's wearing her engagement ring in the scene too, which I thought was very interesting. I mean, she's like not wrist deep in his guts, but like she's fingers deep, and you could see her engagement ring as she's like trying to staunch the wound with, you know, William's instructions. So I thought it was actually just a nice reminder of she's not in this house, but she is a part of this family as of right now anyway. I have a question about Dr. Kirkland. He says, yes. Don't worry, I've seen many, many gunshot wounds. Where? When? We have seen one scene in Dr. Kirkland's medical practice this season, I believe only one, and it was very quiet and very serene seeming when his mother comes to tell him about Peggy last week. Where is he seeing all these many, many gunshot wounds in 1884?
I don't know, because he does seem to be a doctor for, like, a level of society that you want to think everybody's not just
maybe they're
randomly
dual wounds.
shooting.
Maybe he's the doctor who goes to
That's
dual
what I'm
wounds.
saying. Like, there are duels during this time. I mean, maybe
sure.
that's a possibility.
Everything's legal in New Jersey, right? That's what Hamilton teaches us. Everything.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe it's also that there's probably far less black doctors, and so I'm guessing that he has to handle a wide swath of society because of the black-white situation. So I'm just guessing he's seen everything because there's just very few black doctors.
So the next morning, Dylan Baker, playing Dr. Logan, arrives. He questions Dr. Kirkland, as you could imagine someone in Dr. Logan's position would. But I love that he can't find fault with it and actually does give praise even outside of Dr. Kirkland's earshot later on. We'll give credit to, had not been for him, George would have died. But we do see him write a prescription for pain medicine because Dr. Kirkland didn't have any in his bag. So Dr. Logan prescribes what we will learn later is a giant ass bottle of laudanum. Caroline, what are we doing with this bottle of laudanum? Talk to me.
So here's the thing. When it happened on screen and the doctor said, what'd you give him for painkillers? I immediately bumped on that hard. Like, I was like, what? Why would he say that? Because you would just ask, what medication have you given him? I feel. What have you given him? That line alone is enough. You don't have to say, what have you given him for painkiller? You don't have to say that. So once he said that, I was like, wait, what? Why are we saying that? Then we actually see the bottle. Okay. Now we work very closely with a wonderful set decorator, Beth Kushnick. She has talked to us so much about the intentional action of what they put on screen. Things like props. They don't just put things just for looks, okay, guys? Because the actors have things they have to handle, and there's very specific things that are going on. So when you show us a big bottle like that, you got me a second bump. And I'm like, wait, what? So then I start looking into this. Now, this is way back. We have screeners, so we saw this far before you guys did. And so I know what the conversation is now, but I need you guys to just trust me that this was a conversation we were having before you even saw this episode. So one of the things that I looked up is like, what is this medication? What is it that's in there? Guys, when you hear some of the ingredients, I'm just going to give you the top 4. You're going to say, what? Opium, morphine, alcohol, and codeine are the first 4 ingredients in that bottle. What? That's insane. Then we get into like, when was this used? Is this like a common drug? Yeah, it is. And it is the most common way for people to do accidental overdoses, suicides during this time, because the medication is so common, so easy to get. You can be given it for a headache. The most common people given it were women for things like quote unquote female complaints to quote unquote hysteria. Like, so many women were addicted to this drug. Mary Todd Lincoln. If any of you guys have seen the recent play, Oh, Mary, you have a little glimpse into the behavior of someone addicted to this drug. That is astounding to me, because when you see Mary Todd Lincoln, if you've heard any stories of her, and if you guys haven't, please go just do a real quick Google search on her.
And go see Oh, Mary, just off-Broadway, Cola's play. It's fantastic and very funny.
It was amazing. It was so good. She is such an amazing character. Everybody who played her was amazing. But I saw Oh, Mary with the actress Betty Gilpin playing. She was amazing. If you guys saw her over in Glow, in the wrestling show, super funny. And she was so great. But the entire role, like, has you like scratching your head, like, this woman is nuts. She's not nuts. She's addicted to this exact medication. So seeing that maybe is going to give us a little glimpse into why George felt so erratic to me at the end of this episode, because I had so many questions, and I've actually talked to some other viewers who are like, I don't even believe it, which is funny, right? Because it's like, well, it's written that way, so you can't not believe it, that he would act that way. But it was like, it almost became unbelievable that he would act one way, like, say, handing the check to Dr. Kirkland with Bertha standing behind him, which looked so very unified, then to just be like turning what seemed like on a dime to anger and crappy behavior towards Bertha again. And of course, you know, we have the ending. So I'm blaming everything on this drug at the back half on this episode, because I think his behavior, based on everything I read, it's actually impossible that he's taking this medication and it's not affecting his behavior. You could not stand one human being in front of me, give them a combination of opium, morphine, alcohol, and codeine, and tell me that person is going to act like they normally do. They're not going to. So I'm putting forth, it's actually impossible that this drug is not a part of the story.
Now the question, of course, becomes, and Caroline, because you're here, if this becomes George's storyline in season 4, George's dealing addiction, because here you see it, right? It writes itself. George becomes addicted to laudanum. It begins to affect the business, which we spent 20 minutes talking about how we have to protect the business at all costs. Everyone understands that. That brings Bertha back to George because Larry's going to call her in because he's at his wit's end. George is making reckless decisions. He doesn't understand it. Bertha has to come back, and that's how they reconcile, maybe, right? The storyline writes itself. Now, is an addiction storyline for George something you're looking forward to, or feel like that's the direction they're going to go in for season 4?
I don't think that they should not mention it at all. It doesn't have to become his entire storyline. Okay, it does not have to do that. But he has to have a moment about it to me. I think if you start a character on something like this and you show him act the way he does at the very end, where he's so freaking angry again and he's so just like not himself, like the anger again, that turning on his heel and screaming in her face kind of vibe that's happening, even if it's not that literal, but it still has that same feeling. I don't know how you don't at least touch on it at the beginning. I don't know how you deal with it because I don't know how the people of the day dealt with it. I know that being addicted was common, but I don't know, like, were people able to stop taking it, or was it like he's going to have to hide it, or is it just going to become part of his character that he just like kind of always has like a clinking bottle in his pocket kind of thing, where we kind of have to keep an eye on him more? I think the question is how do we all feel about if they make him a character who is drug addicted, who is volatile, who isn't a partner with Bertha anymore? I kind of care about that more than the reason that he became that way. Does that make sense? It
does, but I feel like it's a crutch way to approach it, because I feel like they had spent 7 episodes of this 8-episode season showing the crack, showing the breaking apart, showing him reevaluating. So for me, if they're going to crutch, well, George is acting crazy, it's because of this laudanum, I think that discredits the work that they really did a great job showing us this season.
Okay, let me throw this out though, right to this exact point. If you do such a good job of showing all those cracks, wouldn't it be realistic that in a couple that showed all those cracks, that one or both of them might start to have a crutch, might turn to having an affair, might turn to drinking, might turn to any type of self-soothing of any sort that you could get, whether it's, you know, going, like I said, going outside your marriage or some sort of substance abuse. Like, isn't that actually very realistic in a marriage? That, like, if it was falling apart, you commonly would hear, like, and then she was drinking even more, and then he was out carousing, or whatever it was. Like, it's not, like, you're right, they did build it up, but I don't think that they shit the bed by then adding this drug. I think that's the cherry on top.
Whether these two break apart permanently in season 4 or find their way back to reconciling, I don't want it to be because of a drug addiction storyline, because there are real issues that they need to identify and work through, or not. If they get divorced, they get divorced, which is also okay now because of the work Bertha did this season, where being divorced isn't a death sentence anymore for women. So one way or another, I want the Brussels to resolve their issues, and I don't want it to be because of a drug storyline. Whether that is a realistic thing that would happen, because obviously it is. I mean, you're giving us real facts here. I just don't want this show to rely on that, because I feel like it dilutes away from the real marriage relationship issues that these two have, that they have to meet head on.
And I would just say that I think after this amount of time of them butting heads, they're actually creating a situation where you have one character who's kind of been in denial this whole time, Bertha, who has kind of had her head in the sand a bit about how serious George was really feeling about everything and how deep this was going and how damaging this all was, versus George, who was feeling everything. It was like she was in sort of like a numb state and he was like feeling everything. I kind of see this, like he would be the one who would want to numb out and she'd be the one sort of being confused and feeling like, oh, I thought we were fixing this because you're in denial. And then the other person's like, I got to numb out of this, like all my feelings, because he's the one with the guilt. He's the one with the big feelings about everything. So it kind of feels right that if you had something in your pocket that could numb you out from feeling that intense guilt or just missing your daughter so intensely that she's so far away, these are realistic things people would do.
Before I want to get into George and Bertha more, because I think you hinted at, if didn't say explicitly before, George giving kind of mixed signals in this episode, and I want to break it down in an isolated way so listeners can listen and we can talk about whether or not he was giving confusing or mixed signals. But before we do, though, I want to just talk about Dr. Kirkland coming, and George gives him a very sizable check for his bravery and for saving his life. The first question, the fun question, is how much you think that check was for? All right, so a clock earned $600,000 this season. How much does the life of George Russell earn, Dr. Kirkland?
The money amount in my mind's eye, if I could like use my my supervision to like see through that check, for whatever reason, $10,000 seemed like the number. I don't know why.
I thought 50.
Got it based on nothing. 50,000?
I thought 50,000. That was the number that popped in my head when I was watching it, and it's the number that has persisted in my brain, which is an insane amount of money. I mean, 10,000 in this time is also a lot of money.
It is. It is.
The more serious question here, and it's not really a question, but it's a good point for discussion. George, and let's go to his state of mind or not state of mind. He says in one of the reasons for giving this check is Dr. Kirkland, in addition to just jumping in and doing the work and saving his life, had George died, George says this, had I died, there are those that would have persecuted you for it. That no matter trying to save his life, because he is a black doctor trying to save this white titan of industry, had George died, they would have looked at Dr. Kirkland and gone after him. And I think George is 1,000% correct. Again, kind of like Bertha saying, what do I care if he's black? Bring him here. This is good. These are good things for the George and Bertha Russells, for how important they are in society as a whole. Society needs these people to identify these kinds of things, right? That's something William, I'm sure, was aware of or thought about, at least after the fact. Man, had that gone differently, can you imagine what Dr. Logan, he would have been running up and down 61st Street saying, kill, string up Dr. Kirkland. But he didn't consider that at the time. He just did the work. I was really impressed that George brought it up and that he recognized William for his bravery in the face of that. Again, not a question. It's just something I want to identify because I think the show was smart to bring it up. And I think it was important for the show as a progressive engine to bring it up.
So I'm going to throw it out there just so you guys know my 10K guess is worth about $350,000 today, and Mike's $50,000 guess is worth about $1.6 million. So just so you guys have like some frame of reference for how much money we're talking about. Whatever it was, I feel like there was a lot of zeros because it was one of those things where I felt like, his eyes sort of like hit the check and then did a double take. Like it's subtle, but a double take, like, whoa, that's a lot of zeros.
Took it a little while to count them out and to take it in.
I also, though, would like to make a little small comment and say I like how there's that thought there for a second that we were not going to be able to even pay Gladys's check, and then we're also writing this giant check to Dr. K. Now, of course, things have changed with the copper mines, don't get me wrong, but it was just like a kind of a funny little like jerking our chain there, of like no money and then like giant check to Dr. K. Like it was just interesting. That's
always a problem on these kinds of shows where there are so many serialized storylines that you watch with bated breath for weeks on end. And then at the end of it, you look back and be like, oh, you know what? In the grand scheme, that wasn't a big deal at all.
And it all worked out.
So many guys, there have been so many times this season where we had watched ahead, but screeners being what they are,
Just so you guys know, I want to throw this out because there's no reason why you guys know behind the scenes stuff like on this one. But like with screeners, sometimes they change things. Sometimes we get stuff and we see it, But then through editing or even a simple change of music, which has happened to us, where we've seen it in advance, but it changes before it airs for you guys. So when that happens, sometimes we can get caught in a little bit of a pickle because we've seen something else.
Right. And recorded on it. I mean, one of the reasons
that's happened.
We could record these so far in advance, but one of the reasons we have learned through experience is we record this locket, maybe we don't even watch or catch the as aired episode because we've already talked about it.
We've moved on to the next thing.
And then it's like, no, they didn't do that at all. Blah, blah, blah lived or something like that. Or
they picked a completely different song and it changed the entire scene.
One of the things, though, is so many storylines, when we're talking about it and be like, guys, don't even worry about that. It's not going to matter after next week. It's just because in the moment, though, it's the most important thing, like being bankrupt. But no, they're good. You can write big checks to Dr. Kirkland.
Well, and not only that, but like you can scream at your wife for how many episodes that like, our business is going under.
Right. You didn't need to get in her face.
Our business is fine, and I can write a gigantic check to the doctor, and everything's fine. It's like, oh.
In episode time, there's literally like less than 10 minutes from when George lunges at Bertha with that comment and she recoils to when Larry's like, I fixed all of our problems. It's like it's like 10 or 15 minutes tops screen time. Was it worth it, George? Did you really need to yell at her so badly? I don't know. In the moment you did, but really looking back at it, no, you didn't. But now we're just breaking the fourth wall of the experience of television. Let's get into George and Bertha because I want to play these two clips and then I want to talk about how is George proceeding here. Is Bertha right to take the wrong message that she does at the very end? One of this is the first clip is from early in the episode when he's telling her why the ball has to go on. The second clip begins at the ball and then is their final conversation at the end of the episode.
I will make sure you follow the doctor's instruction. Your health is my only priority, which is why I must certainly cancel the ball now.
Don't cancel it for me.
When people find out what's happened...
You cannot use me as a reason. And any other reason could easily ring false. I won't allow you to jeopardize the railroad.
Very well. McAllister's book has shaken society to its roots. To call it off now may do even more damage to people's confidence.
I'm sure you wouldn't want that. I'm going back to the club.
Now you have a ball to prepare for.
If you're feeling better, maybe you can make a brief appearance. All of us together as a shining example of a stable, united family at a well-run society event.
Of which you are the leader.
Mrs. Astor is the leader.
Mrs. Astor is the mother of a woman who is about to be dragged to divorce court for her own adultery. You are the mother of a duchess.
We are the parents of a duchess.
Loving almost, and he's giving her credit for not just being a pawn in society, but being the ascendant head of society, because Mrs. Astor has her scandal with her daughter, with Charlotte, and you are the mother of a duchess. He says you are the mother of a duchess in a loving kind of way, or maybe loving's not the right way, but in an admirable kind of way. Not in a way that says I'm harboring secret I hate you feelings.
I felt like George was all over the place with his behavior and his like sort of vibe, because there was times when he was completely loving and completely calm. That's the scene when they have, obviously in the bedroom, but most specifically that Dr. K scene, the way that they frame that with him seated and her standing there, and it is so like, we are so unified. We are a cohesive front here. And we're totally on the same page. Like the way that they did that, just visually, it was so jarring then for later for him to be yelling at her and acting like, where'd you get this idea that everything was okay? Which is really, that sort of is the arch for me of this episode, is like George being at the end sort of being like, where'd you get this idea? Like, who put this idea in your head that I'm fine with you and that everything's cool between us? And it's like, you, George, you put that idea in all of our heads that everything was okay between the two of you because of how you acted this episode, like until the end, until you started flipping out again, which I'm looking at you, drugs.
I must confess, being so near death has rather changed my perspective on that.
Really? Well, if that's good, then I'm glad. But mainly I'm relieved to have you still here with me. But didn't we settle this last night? Aren't you coming back to 61st Street?
Sorry. I thought you understood I only came to the ball to protect the business.
To protect the business?
And I know how important it is for you to gain points over Mrs. Astor.
Yes, it is.
I'm just sorry you had to use our daughter as one of your pieces.
You'll never understand. I wanted Gladys to escape this cage.
But you forced her into a marriage.
And you walked her down the aisle.
Which is precisely what I can't forgive. I don't blame you for being ruthless. I admire it. It's what we share. But I'm ruthless in business. Not with the people I love.
And I am ruthless for the people I love. Can you not see that? Is this because of the shooting?
Maybe. It's made me examine my life. And I don't like everything I see.
So you're not coming home?
Not until we know what we want.
I know what I want.
Of course you do. I, on the other hand, am not so sure.
I understand what George is saying here, but if you listen to the clip at the ball where he is saying to her, he's looking at her and kind of smiling, and he's even saying, he's like, you know, the near-death experience, I must admit, the near-death experiences has made me really to think about things and reevaluate things. And she's like, well, if it's good, then I'm glad, but mostly I'm just here for you to, you know, still be here. And then she looks very happy and calm, and she looks back out at the party. He is staring at her. His face changes when she looks away, and it's a little bit like, I'm going to murder you while you sleep tonight. It's
like a cloud.
It's a
An
very
actual cloud comes over.
It's a very Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing, and it's that, I guess, Hyde that is Hyde the good guy or the bad guy? Maybe Jekyll is the bad guy. Anyway, it's the bad.
Jekyll's the bad guy.
It's the bad version that is still there the next morning, where he is parts. Listen to that clip. The smarm comes through actually in a way that is very off-putting. He is both condescending to her and also projecting his own anger and guilt onto her, where he's almost not even taking responsibility. He's basically blaming her. She says, and you walked her down the aisle. And he's like, and that's what I can't forgive. All right, motherfucker, that's your problem. That's rat news. That's your problem, George. That's not Bertha. That's not a Bertha problem. That's a Shen Wang quote for you folks out there. That's a George issue. That's not a Bertha issue if you can't deal with the fact that you walked her down the aisle, right? At some point, it's projecting onto Bertha.
Yeah, it is. You're right that it feels ugly to just rely on the painkiller, you know, as the reason. But okay, I guess if you really think about it, every single one of us would have a moment after having any type of near-death experience, after being shot, the terror of that, the fear of everything, and probably the percentages of people who die are super, super high. So I get it. It would change your perspective on things. Only the thing is it kind of doesn't change his perspective on things. Like, he's still just as angry about the same old, same old. It's not like he actually has like a new perspective. Would you say? It's
a new perspective insofar as I think that's where the ruthless in business, ruthless with loved ones comes from, right? I think the change that he's experiencing is, maybe I don't want to be with a woman who's going to use my daughter as a pawn as he sees it. I think that's the change in experience which is a earned, I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm saying earned in the show season that we watched. If you put all of the George and Bertha clips all together, one after another in a mega mix, you're going to see the evolution of George getting to this point where I'm ruthless in business. I'll knife you in your sleep for business, but I'm going to love my children. It's the Jay Gould, right? This is the Jay Gould of it all. He was a robber baron to the core, but by all accounts, very loving at home.
I do have to put in a quick little note here. It's Mr. Hyde is the bad guy. Dr. Jekyll's the good guy.
Good. So that was my first.
I don't want anyone to be confused on that, because I think I just said Dr. Jekyll I think is the bad guy, but no. It's
my first instinct was Mr. Hyde is the bad guy because he comes second, right? Jekyll starts,
and plus he's like
guy.
Hiding, right?
Oh sure.
He's like
there you go.
Yeah. So there you go. Just a little literature for y'all.
A little glimpse at our next podcast, literature in the screen.
Hey, yeah.
More on
Want to
that
talk about that
coming.
for just a hot minute?
Sure.
Hey, so if you guys want to listen to more of us, we have come up with a new idea that we are going to try out with you guys, and we're hoping you will enjoy it. I am actually a teacher by my background, and so part of me loves, and you guys already know, big lover of the library. So we thought maybe we would read a book and a murder mystery, hopefully, mostly, and then discuss it through looking at either the TV or film adaptation of that book. And so the first book that we are looking at is The Thursday Murder Club. And so if you guys want to read that along with us and also watch the show that is coming out at the end of August, please join us.
Kind of a podcast book club plus analysis and comparison of book to its screen adaptation. So you're getting kind of a twofer in a podcast episode. We're going to have like book club questions. Have you ever been part of a book club? Which I haven't, but I am familiar with them. Caroline, I know you have. You are a book club a veteran, and the idea of questions and things to stimulate your mind, we're going to publish them so you guys can think on them yourselves for this first book. And it's going to be a little trial thing. We're going to see how it goes over. This is our next big idea. Anyway, getting back to it. So, I think if you were to look at a mega mix of George through this season, you see where he gets to here, where now I dealt with all this. I have saved my business from ruin, or Larry did with the mines. I still can't forgive myself, and I still can't forgive you for Gladys, even if she doesn't look unhappy, even if she, by gosh, looks happy and maybe looks in love. There's still a guilt there that I did walk her down the aisle that I can't deal with. And I'm blaming you because I'm not ready to blame myself yet, or blame myself alone. So when I'm looking at things differently, it's that you make me a bad version of myself, right? That's the argument, right? That's where the next thing he says is, when I'm with you, I'm a bad version of myself. And maybe I don't want to be that bad version anymore. Maybe I don't want this negativity in my life anymore. If you're willing to go to this ends, that's where I think he's talking about, I'm thinking about things differently now. And maybe I don't know what I want, right? Because Bertha says without hesitation, I know what I want. I want you. I want our family. He's like, man, maybe I don't want that anymore. That's the season 4. And very ouch, but I don't want that addled by drug addiction, because that is a good storyline to go and to explore.
But it's realistic. There are plenty of people when you get close to divorce that are drinking more heavily or are doing things that are worse. And that might have been the first time that I've ever heard that line twisted that way, where it's like, because of you, I'm the bad version of myself. I don't know that I've ever heard that in a TV show or movie. Maybe some kind of iteration of it, but
I don't know that he says it. That's how I'm taking that. I think that's an interpretation of how I'm taking it.
I get you, but it does summarize it in a way that's like, you push me to do things that are like uncomfortable. You usually all hear it the other way. Like, you push me to be better. You push me to want to be my best self, or, you always hear it that way. So it's interesting, even the concept of someone pushing you to be your worst self. And is that true? Listeners, I will throw it out to you. Do you think that Bertha creates an atmosphere in the house where people are their worst selves? Not only just George, but Larry. He's also, when he gets talking back to her and all that stuff, it's only to Bertha. So is she bringing out the worst in her children and the worst part of her husband and all that? And what is that? What is that aspect? What if you do that? How should we feel about Bertha in that case? That's something for season 4 for sure.
I want to shake the manners into Larry. I don't like how he talks to his mother. And I don't like that George or anyone else calls him on it. Ugh, that bothers me.
Or sometimes doesn't at all.
Doesn't. No one calls him on being disrespectful to Bertha. And that, you are not, that is your mother. That is not your wife. That is not some business person or someone on the street.
Not that we should talk to our wives like that either, but
No, but there's an equality of footing was my point though, right? Yes. George and Bertha have serious marriage relationship issues. Bertha has done nothing to you, and in fact is now actively trying to get you to marry the woman you're supposed to want to marry. And you're just sitting there stomping your foot. I don't want to get into Larry. I don't want to talk about Larry. Larry annoys me, but I don't like how he talks to his mother. Let's talk about Bertha in society real quick, right? Because this storyline of her taking over the ball from Mrs. Astor, I think this is a very real season 4 storyline, because Lena herself says when they're at the ball, and it's a great shot. It's Mamie Fish, Mrs. Astor, and then Bertha joins them. And so Mrs. Astor is in between them. And she says, I may regret all of this. And what she means is giving up the power of organizing this ball, because this is a tremendous ball that Bertha has put together in these few weeks, and she has taken it over. And I think Mrs. Astor really does have reason to worry. In reality, Mamie Fish and Alva Vanderbilt and Terry Orlix is a third. They become kind of the triumvirate that take over society once Mrs. Astor is no longer able to do it, and then she eventually passes away. So you have 2 of the 3 characters. They are her successor. So I think it's very interesting, especially with a show that has really shown us things that occur in real life in the 1890s happening in 1884. It's very interesting how they have Mrs. Astor give credence to the fact that she may have written her own fall from grace or fall from power by handing over this ball tonight. Because there's a question of where Lita sends something along the lines of, I'm scared of the future. And Maeve's like, don't be afraid of the future. And then Bertha says, the future is America. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's an interesting conversation. I'm curious if you bumped on it at all. What did you think it means by the future is America, nothing to be afraid of? And should Mrs. Astor be worried, do you think?
You know, I guess you could replace the word America with a lot of stuff. It's youth, it's new, it's that sort of spirit of like invention and innovation and all that. Like you could replace America with a lot of words, you know, of what it was representing at the time. And change, you know, is maybe the biggest thing. Yeah, change.
Divorced women. The house didn't fall in on itself because there were divorced women at the ball this evening.
Yeah, no one imploded, as it turned out, based on marital status.
Right. So, and of course, for history purposes, this is the dawn of America as a superpower, right? The Reconstruction era gives way to the Industrial Revolution really taking off in America. And then for the next 150 years, we are going to become the dominant world superpower. So the future really is literally America from a significant point of view in real history. But I think you're right. I think Bertha means a lot of different things when she says America, but I think she also means the future is me, not you.
Yeah, change, I think, is like the main thing, honestly, the more that I think about it. I think it's change, and that everybody has to be comfortable with whatever this new iteration of society is going to look like. And you know, Mrs. Astor, though, you know, at the end of the day, she does love her family more than she loves society. And that is a big question mark that I think comes up with the Russells most of like, who do you love more? Do you love the people in your house, or do you love the people outside your house more? And it's a whole game, or just your status in society. Do you love that more than do you love the people who are in your house? And, you know, Mrs. Astor, she talks a really good talk, but at the end of the day, she has come through on behalf of her family more than once. So I don't know what that says about Bertha.
Well, isn't this splendid?
What made you change your mind?
Your situation may be embarrassing, but you are not an embarrassment. You are my daughter.
I always thought if you had a choice between me and the laws of society, then society would win every time.
Which once again proves you don't know everything.
Thank you.
Just because you had segued there, I wanted to play that because that was an interesting, almost verbatim repeat of the conversation from season 1 with Lena and Carrie Astor when she wasn't going to let Carrie go to the quadrille coming out for Gladys, and then ultimately relented because at the end of the day, Lena has her code, she has her beliefs, but also she does love her daughters. And the idea of your situation is embarrassing, but you're no embarrassment. You're my daughter. That's a powerful statement. That is a statement from a woman who will never say she's wrong, but also acknowledges when she has to give.
I'm trying to think if we've had those same moments with Bertha. I'm trying to think if we had any amount of balance of like, what do I want in society versus how are the people in my house feeling about what we're doing? I'm trying to kind of gauge, like, did we ever have that moment where she eased up at all on like the societal stuff in favor of her family?
No, I mean, I'm trying to think back to the quadrille stuff and learning the dance and all of that. And there was some give where I feel like Bertha gave into some of Gladys's demands, but it wasn't anything like having to, I mean, but Lena betrays all of her personal ideals just so she can tell her daughter in person, you are not an embarrassment. I can't think of Bertha doing that ever. Cause there is a admittance of being wrong in what Lena's saying here. Again, she's never going to say I was wrong, which is funny because Oscar says to Agnes in this episode, Mama, are you ever wrong? Do you ever admit you're wrong? No. And I think that's just a part of the generation that Lena and Agnes come from. You know, for them to be who they are, they can't admit they're wrong, even when they change because they realize they're wrong. You know, so this non-admittance of being wrong. I can't think of Bertha doing that because when she gave in to, let's say, Larry letting Marion become a bridesmaid in the wedding, that wasn't against society. That was her giving in on the most who gives a shit detail in a thing, right? Bertha will begrudgingly give in on details that are very minute and don't matter for her family, but nothing like this. Not that I can think of. Listeners, I mean, if you can think of an example, please let us know, because I certainly don't want to say Lena is a better mother than Bertha. I don't think I believe that. But also, we have seen it twice now where Lena went against her own code to be there for her daughters. She shows up at Gladys's party. She shows up at Bertha's ball because of her daughters, and only to be with her daughters. If Charlotte wasn't there, if this was just about Aurora being a divorcee invited to this ball, I don't think Lena goes.
Right, which explains Charlotte's presence throughout this whole thing, is like, if she was really just the device to get to Lena coming and giving the ball over to Bertha, then that really was like leaning heavily on the idea that she bends to her family.
It's going to be interesting. I'm curious if we stay with Charlotte through season 4, right? There was very little Carrie this season.
I don't know why we would need to, but unless there's a real life, little tidbit fact that they're taking from, one of the things that we brought up a little bit, but we need to hit one more time on this one, is that the real life stuff is that Alva Vanderbilt gets divorced in, it was 1890, right?
The Bertha inspired character gets divorced. I think it's 1896.
Yes. Okay, but still 1890s, right?
Yeah.
The only reason why I bring that up is because we've brought forward Charlotte from her divorce in the 1890 area, right? Like we shoved that forward. We shoved Ward McAllister's book from 1890s into this time. We're wondering what is going to go on with George and Bertha moving to the next season. But if they continued that pattern, it would be a divorce.
That's obviously, I think, going to be the talk of the town, is if Alva is the inspiration for Bertha, George has never, William Vanderbilt, who I believe is her husband, William K. Vanderbilt was Alva's husband, has never been the quote-unquote basis for George. Jay Gould was always supposed to be the kind of robber baron that George was based on. So it is interesting. Do they continue following these 1890 storylines, and which then it would lead to divorce, or not? Because I don't believe Jay Gould ever got divorced from his wife.
And since we know the real life that we don't know, that we know that Morgan Spector doesn't have a contract for season 4, it actually leaves open both storylines.
It does. It does. And also we're basing that on an interview that Morgan gave. I think it was on the Tonight Show, but it was on one of the late night talk shows. He also may have been lying. Who knows? But it does. I think season 4 is definitely open for divorce or reconciliation, depending on how they go. And it's interesting. the whole divorce thing, I mean, you and I called this, I feel like, very early when the cracks were starting to show in their marriage and Bertha became very interested in Aurora's plight and then also adopting Charlotte's cause as her own. There was a self-serving aspect to this that I think is finally maybe very obvious in this episode. Bertha, maybe she's not ready to admit that George is never coming home from the Union Club or anything like that, but there's a pragmatic side of her that I feel has definitely been trying to make sure society will allow her to continue to be in it should it go that way. Right? I think this is just good Bertha planning. This is her just having her contingency plan in place. Even if she's subconsciously not, like, aware, like, if she's not consciously aware of it, even maybe on a subconscious level, she may have been self-serving by doing this progressive move.
Agree.
We've talked a lot about bad marriage in this episode or unhappy marriage in this episode. We have to talk about Gladys and the Duke. I feel like love has really bloomed here. Talk to me about your general feelings about how they portray, because Gladys and the Duke, Gladys learned before they boarded the ship, they learned about the shooting. So basically they do the entire transatlantic crossing with her worried about her father's fate, but it also allows us to see these two alone really for the first time. There's no Lady Sarah around. There's no anyone around. It's just them two. Were you happy with what you saw? Did you believe what you saw?
I did, because going back to the comment of George and the sentiment of like being the worst version of yourself around Bertha, I kind of felt like that this was a really good example of that Gladys, when, yes, of course, in this season, Bertha came and got rid of Lady Sarah. But when you just look at the relationship between Gladys and Hector, her behavior and her glow up, like visually and her behavior, just everything about her really felt like she came into her own. And if this is who she really was the whole time, then man, do I go back to that Bertha brings out the worst in people, because she was not this before. She has grown into her own for sure. I actually like the way that they visually were presenting her, like her hair, her makeup, the way she was walking, everything. So much more confidence, so much more just like sort of like effortless, whereas before she seemed so fussy and like her hair seemed so fussy and her clothes seemed so fussy and just sort of like little kid trying to be an adult kind of thing. This, she finally felt like, okay, if this is how Gladys really turned out, then George and Bertha did a pretty good job on this girl, actually, because she seems like a pretty independent, smart woman, who's doing a pretty good job, I think.
When you were talking, I was thinking the idea of like, she left a girl and she came home a woman. I have in my notes, adult globe is totally complete here. And she looks very much her mother's daughter and conducts herself very much as her mother's daughter. So it obviously it took Bertha going over there to help set the table, as it were, or give her the pocket to breathe and grow. But once Bertha set that up, Gladys did the work. Gladys is the one that convinced Hector that there is more inside of you that I want to see and that all of your tenants want to see. When I go around and I'm talking to them and I'm meeting the farmers and the tenants on the estate, it's you that they want to talk about, Hector, not Lady Sarah, not your sister. When they're talking here, you've made Sidmouth a home for me. Thank you. And he says you brought light into the house, and also that he realized there can only be one Duke and one Duchess. Because, yes, Bertha set it into motion, but because of Gladys's attempt and effort at making a home, Hector was able to reciprocate, and he never realized. And we have his backstory a little bit. The parents didn't care for him. They died when he was young, and even when they were alive, never particularly seemed to care for him. They seemed to have preferred Lady Sarah. He's never had someone say, I believe in you. What can you do with that? And the two of them, I feel like together, that walk through their gardens last week was so impactful. The fact that he remembered what she wore at the opera, especially, and you made such a great point that I hadn't connected, but I've thought about so often since, was in direct when Bertha is talking to her sister and says, it won't matter. Men don't notice those things anyway. Episodes later, you have Hector recalling he does in fact remember what Gladys was wearing at the opera, which at this point had to be months and months ago. And he remembers, so much so that walking in the gardens makes him think of Gladys. That is tremendous, but he needed a Gladys to say, I believe in you. And she needed him to have her back a little bit.
They certainly are a mature couple. This pregnancy news was very exciting. And I have to say, as a woman who definitely had butting heads with my mom growing up, everything changed when I became pregnant. Everything, the idea that I was becoming a mom on the same level as my mom and everything, like the whole dynamic changes so much that I was so excited. It was the tiniest taste of it because she just says it and it's over and then the episode's over and it's like, but it was like, it is so hopeful. It feels so good and like a hopeful season 4. You know, I was ecstatic to hear the news, honestly, because it really felt like we're moving Gladys forward so quickly and so intentionally now that it feels finally like she can enjoy it and be a part of her own life. So it was like exciting, you know? How did you feel about the pregnancy? If you're not digging the painkiller as a crutch, how are you feeling about a pregnancy announcement?
Yes, it was quick, but I know months have gone by since the wedding. Obviously, a trimester has gone by since the wedding. So I feel like the last 2 episodes, the beginning in episode 6, but really episode 7, and obviously this episode, I think the show showed us that this was really turning into a love match. And because of that, pregnancy obviously is going to come. Now, for her to be already completing her first trimester, she had to basically have gotten pregnant, like on the trip from New York to England, right? Because we haven't really moved much beyond 3 months. If this is the end of season ball and the season had just begun and the wedding was in June, we don't know the exact date, but we know from the invitation it was in June. We can't be much more than exactly 3 months from the wedding.
Yeah.
That's a very fast pregnancy, but also I guess it makes sense. My bigger concern was how the fandom was going to take the news, because I see regularly there are so many people against this becoming a love match. Like, willfully ignoring actually Hector's actions, not Hector filtered through Bertha, which is, I think, the majority of the Hector we had for all of season 2 and the first half of season 3 was Hector as filtered through Bertha. Hector on his own has been very attentive to Gladys, has seemingly wanted to not just marry her, and obviously not just marry her for her money. Listen to last week. He didn't have to say to her 4 different times, the money doesn't matter. You matter. We matter. He didn't have to say that. He would have been in every right to say, your father fucked me out of a lot of money here. I'm pissed. But he didn't. People are ignoring that, though.
But wait. You're ignoring the bringing in that trunk and sitting in there and being like, well, but what about me? I don't care about her allowance.
For sure.
You know, like, you can't forget about that version of Hector. And that's him. That wasn't through Bertha. That was his behavior and his actions. And he was snotty and shitty and never has talked about love with George.
That's very true. But I'm going to push back a little bit that it was filtered through Bertha, because that entirety of that conversation between George and Hector all came through. Bertha said this, Bertha implied that. And George had to say to Hector, my wife would never have said this without speaking to me. But George knows Bertha clearly was. George realized in the season 2 finale, Bertha had done a deal with Hector. How did you get the Duke to show up here to the opera? And Bertha's like, George, it's my business. You do business. I do society business. George knew from season 2 that a deal was done. So I think, yes, Hector comes off very shitty in that episode. But after that, when Bertha was out of the picture, everything about Hector in his interactions with Gladys directly has been nothing but attentive, and or at least, this is an awkward situation. I want you to be happy. Let's try and do that together. So Yes, he had a very shitty interaction, but there is a Bertha influence in that interaction. Because
That's true.
if not explicit promises, implicit promises were made. Let's not forget, it was Bertha that tells Hector, you can steal my daughter's money as soon as you're married. You could steal that allowance, brother. Like, don't worry about it.
True.
That was Bertha that said that, not Hector.
No, that's very true.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but going back to, let's talk about we know that George wasn't there to hear about the pregnancy, but I would like to say this. For somebody who's yelling so much about how guilty he is about Gladys and how upset he is about Gladys, I felt very much like you just left without saying goodbye to her.
Shitty
You
on
freaking
George.
left. You didn't have breakfast with her. You didn't. And also, in the amount of time that you guys were there, like at the ball or whatever, you didn't like sit down with her. You never gleaned that she was happy. You never had any amount of conversation to be like, Dad, no, everything's okay. Like, this actually worked out. And you know what? A little bit, I don't know. It's like I want to blame Gladys and be like, well, Gladys, why don't you go to your dad and say, Dad, I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time about getting married because this actually, Mom was right and it turned out good and blah, blah. Like, you could blame Gladys, but you could also blame George and be like, George, if you were so worried about your daughter, why wouldn't the very first thing you do is not snatch her up and be like, how are you? Is everything really okay? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't know. We're missing some scenes there that would have made sense.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the beginning of this clip, I'm going to play just 2 seconds of it.
I must confess, being so near death has rather changed my perspective on that.
Really? Well, if that's good, then I'm glad. But mainly I'm relieved to have you still here with me.
That scene begins with Bertha and George are watching Gladys and the Duke dancing. And Bertha leans over to George and says, she doesn't look unhappy, George. And he says, no, she doesn't look unhappy. Begrudgingly, he admits that she doesn't look unhappy. He doesn't say she looks happy. He says he's willing to give. She doesn't look unhappy.
Yeah, but that was a snot remark from Bertha. You know that, right? Because
Yes!
it was very important to say
Of course!
not unhappy versus saying, hey, George, look, she looks happy. It was important to say, hey, George, look, she doesn't look unhappy, which has been your argument the whole time.
Bertha, with where things stand, why are you taking a victory lap, a passive-aggressive victory lap here? How do you think that's going to go over with George? You know, like,
it's just, but you know what? That's like the not reading the room part of her.
They're both bad. George and Bertha are both bad.
They're flawed. They're flawed characters. They're people.
Yes, they're not
right?
bad.
They're people. They're
right.
people. But the whole, like, I'm such a doting father. I'm so concerned.
So shitty.
Peace out. I'm not even going to say bye to you after I haven't seen you for 3 months. Just to be snotty to Bertha. That's so ugly.
That is entirely it. Just to be snotty. Like, even if he's making the assumption of, I assume that she was going to sleep late, because that's what Bertha says when Gladys walks in. She's like, I didn't expect to see you before noon. George still should have peeked his head in or something, right? The doting father, at least go give a kiss on the forehead or something, or maybe not because you're in with she's a married woman, so maybe you're not peeking into the marriage, with the Duke. You could give him a kiss on the forehead. But yes, very shitty. There's a couple of things here that George does that's really fucked up. One is he doesn't say bye, but also in a second, because we're going to move into Larry in here. The advice he gives Larry is so fucking laughable because he's not taking any of his own advice. He's not taking any of it. It's advice that's about like forgiveness and don't throw away what makes you strong and brings you to each other because of a disagreement. It's annoying. George has reasons to be mad at Bertha. Yes. But relationships are difficult. That's this season. This season is all about relationships are difficult. Gladys was running away to Billy Carlton's house in this season. Does anyone remember when Gladys ran away to Billy Carlton's house in this season? That happened within 8 hours ago, people. Here we are. She's now pregnant and George is crazed and not listening to his own advice and they're running towards throwing it all away because they're not talking, because they're just assuming the worst in the other and or doing what they want without regard for the other, right? I think George is not having a real conversation with his wife and is just assuming she is evil and doing the worst possible choice. We know Larry is because he explicitly has said things to Bertha along the lines of, you don't care, and you're just doing what's good for you or good for your image. And Bertha is not taking stock of, George is right when he calls her out. When was the last time you asked any of us what we want? Right? So they're both right and they're both wrong. And they are so flawed. So much yelling at the television screen with these two. God, I don't know, but I will tell you, I was very happy with Gladys, and the Duke when he says, when they're dancing, before we go to George and Bertha and their conversation, watching them dance, we're in their little huddle while they're dancing. And the Duke says, why are you smiling? What's making you so happy? And she is like, oh, nothing. I'll tell you later. But she knows she's pregnant. She knows she's going to tell him that night. I love that little detail because you don't find out until later, until the very end of the episode. That's why she was so happy.
I think Gladys is genuinely happy. I mean, and I think that she did, on accident, it's not like Bertha could know that Hector was going to end up being actually in love with Gladys and actually attentive to her. But does that speak to Bertha's whole, I'm a good judge of character and I did pick a good guy. And so, y'all can kiss my ass, basically?
I don't know. Let's move on to Larry and Marion.
Okay, old Larian.
Okay, first clip.
My mother told me what you did. You helped save my father's life. Thank you.
I would do anything for you. And for your family, you must know that.
And yet you called off our engagement.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should have listened. Jack told me that he was with you that night and nothing happened.
I told you the same thing, and you didn't believe me.
I'm willing to apologize, but you know my story. I've trusted men before.
And there we have it.
I'm not the only one at fault here. You lied to me.
I did that to protect you.
And look where that has gotten us.
I can't hear this right now. My father could be dying.
Of course. I'm sorry. You should be with your parents.
I'll have church see you home.
I can see myself home.
Larry is all about having that conversation until she defends herself and says, you lied to me. Then he's like, I gotta go. My dad's dying. Hey, dude, fuck you. How about that, Larry? I can't with this guy. This is so annoying.
I can't figure out what he wants. I really don't. He really is cherry picking the situation and trying to act like certain parts didn't happen.
And still relying on, I did it to protect you.
I hate that whole thing. That's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I don't know. But you know what? This is a question mark, like father, like son. Is there a point when someone you're around, the water has been so poisoned that it just doesn't matter anymore? And I'm looking at you, George, and I'm looking at you, Larry. At some point, does it just not matter anymore? The water is just too poisoned.
That's how this episode begins for these two. But we have to listen to their final conversation, which makes some progress and I guess sets us up for season 4, but also maddeningly does not resolve the issue at all. So we heard the beginning of the episode. Let's hear the end of the episode between Marion and Larry.
Now it's my turn to apologize. I don't understand how things got so tangled up between us.
I suppose I panicked. I assumed the worst because that's what's happened to me in the past.
Why should things be better in the future?
Can't we make it better?
We could try. But nothing's guaranteed in this life, Marion. No doubt you'll get things wrong, and so will I. And when I do, will you walk out on me again?
I'm not saying it was all your fault.
Nor am I.
So what do we do?
Well, one thing we can be sure of. We're not going to solve all our problems tonight. But, Miss Brooke, may I have this dance?
Now it's my turn to apologize. So when I fuck up again, will you just walk out on me like you did the last time? Bro, that's not an apology. What? What are we doing? Can't we make it better? I don't know. I don't know if we can make it better. She's taking full for it. She did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. She's like, I overreacted.
Wait.
Okay,
she didn't do nothing wrong. Come on.
What she is saying, what she is apologizing for is not what she should be apologizing for.
I agree. She definitely should have just said, we should have talked. You know, we should have talked this out. That's what every person in the fandom wanted. Nobody needed a particular outcome. Everyone just wanted a conversation where everyone was open and said what really happened. Like, that's all everyone really wanted. So they're kind of arguing several different points, and they're not actually arguing the same point to one another at all. It's super irritating in a fight when it's like that, right? And we've all been in fights like that, where it feels like you're both talking about two different things. And it's like, how can we possibly get to any kind of common ground when we're not even arguing the same point? By the time he gets to the point where he's saying, but there's no guarantees, at that point, it just feels like break up. Just freaking break up. Because if you're at that point, you're basically being like, I'm not going to fight for you, and I'm not going to fight for this. If you say there's no guarantees, because, I mean, of course there's no guarantees. We all know that. But you can't say that at the beginning of a relationship. You know, that's where you deteriorate to.
You know, there was a part of me that actually took the no guarantees. I took it in two levels. The other level, which was more interesting to me, was Larry having his own kind of near-death experience because of what his father went through. So when he said no guarantees, there was a part of me that was taking it as there's no guarantees that tomorrow's promised, right? So what are we doing here? Is this something worth doing or being together? Because there are no guarantees that we get tomorrow, literally get tomorrow, not just in an emotional sense, but in like an actual real physical sense. Which is very, like, nihilistic and very defeatist. Even in his beginning of it, where he's like, now it's my turn to, apologize, but this is all kind of messed up and, will it ever be better? And she's like, well, can't we make it better? Yeah. Can't we, like, are you a participant in this relationship or not? Marion is apologizing for her part and more here. And Larry's not willing to walk. Not even halfway. He's not willing to walk a quarter of the way. She's having to come much further down the plank than he is. And even still at the end, he's like, I don't know, we're not going to solve this tonight, so why don't you just dance with me? Is that just punting for season 4 at this point? This feels like the most unresolved, I think, of the storylines to me.
I 100% agree on that. Yes. It feels the most unresolved and the most where you exhale and you go like, God, that was exhausting. Like, I don't know what is going to go on with these two, and I don't even know if I want to see them together anymore because I don't like how either of them are acting. Let's go back to Bertha brings out the worst in other people. Is it possible that carried down to her son? Is he bringing out all the worst insecurities in Marion, making her act extra, like, irritating and extra difficult in terms of not being able to participate in this relationship in an equal way? But is that on Larry? Like, did Larry bring that out in her? Or is this all on Marion? Or is it on both of them?
I don't want to blame Bertha for everything, but he is acting very reactive here. And maybe that's because he is seeing, and this is the no guarantee, maybe goes towards the no guarantees. He's seeing his mother and his father maybe in a new light and seeing he's on his father's side or sees his mother in the same way his father is currently viewing his mother. And maybe he's having maybe he's projecting his own Bertha feelings, his own mom feelings onto Marion as a partner. And maybe that's giving him pause to really want to walk and solve this together. But his approach at arguing here, his approach at talking about this is, I only want to talk about the parts that make me feel better. Even when he says, I'm not saying you're fully at fault, he's like, neither am I. That sentence actually...
That was the worst response.
Right, because that sentence means I also don't think I'm entirely at fault. Maybe he meant, I'm not saying you're Marion entirely at fault, but the way he actually said the meaning of what he said was, she says, I'm not saying you're entirely at fault, and he says, neither am I, meaning neither am I thinking I'm entirely at fault. No, I think you're mostly at fault. So it's like the beginning of the conversation. Larry, she's covered head to toe in your dad's blood. Her hands were still red in that opening scene where they're talking in that first clip. And you're questioning her loyalty to the family and her commitment to the family? To you?
Yeah, it would have been so much easier for her to hide in the house. Hide in the Van Ryan house. Like, why put herself out there? Like, what reason did she really have other than pure love and loyalty? Honestly, there was like no other motive for this.
This was our worry about Larry, though. This was our worry about Larry all season. He just wanted to kiss. He just wanted to be provocative, snatching kisses in a cab, in a cab that they didn't pay for, or in doorways when the servants turned their back. Larry is very short on real acts of love here, other than his protest to Ada about not taking back the ring until he talked to Marion. Other than his reaction to the letter calling off the engagement, there's been no Larry is showing up and trying to woo Marion. Marion has had to do the lion's share of walking in this relationship.
Yeah. It's sad at this point. Like, so what, okay. So we all saw the show, so we don't need to really continue to really delve into individual moments here. I want to ask our listeners, do we even want this relationship anymore? Do any of us want this? Like, are we hoping for a season 4 filled with Larry and Marion? Or are we like, you know what, Larry, why don't you just go focus on your business? Marion, let's go find a whole career path for you and be a part of the Van Ryan house. And maybe you find somebody else. Maybe you don't, whatever. But Larry is like scorched earth.
It's going to be so much worse for Marion if that happens.
Which part?
If this doesn't happen. This is the third strike. Larry will pay no societal consequences if he walks away from Marion. Marion will bear so much societal scorn if this doesn't happen because of how society treats women. Except for, ironically, through the actions maybe of what Bertha did this year.
You know what's weird, though? I know we're saying that, but going back to what one of our listeners had commented to us, that maybe Larry and Marion were really not out in society. No one really thought of them as a couple. Yes, they were having dinners at their home, but that's not the same thing as being out in the world, presenting yourself. They were doing a lot of hiding when they were still out in public. So it's like, I don't know, would she get all this blowback at this point?
I don't know.
They didn't announce it. They did not announce their engagement.
They didn't, but it must have spread. But maybe it would be a minimal impact. Maybe that's why the show did it. Maybe because the show didn't know what it was going to do with these two. Because they had drawn themselves into a corner that if this third strike happens and it fails in a public way, Marion was done for. So maybe the show intentionally never made them publicly engaged in a real way. I mean, she was wearing the ring. The engagement ring, I'm pretty sure, if you look at the beginning of the episode. But maybe that's why. Maybe because the show didn't know what it wanted to do. Maybe that's why it also didn't resolve this. Had they not gotten picked up, do you think there's an alternate scene of these two that they were ready to plug in here at the ball if season 4 had not been? Because if this had been the final episode of the Gilded Age and that's how they leave these two, very unsatisfying for me.
I don't know what to say because I don't think I want them together anymore. I don't think Larry's a good match for her. I think Larry is kind of a giant jerk. He really does bring out the worst in her. Yeah. She needs somebody who is awkwardly a little more vanilla. I don't know how to say it. She needs somebody who's not a mover and shaker because that ambition and that sort of attitude of you got to get out there and you got to be kind of doing stuff, blah, blah, blah. I don't think she wants that. I don't think she wants her husband gone to Arizona or anywhere else for these adventures and whatnot. So I feel like she needs a steady, quiet 9-to-5 worker kind of husband,
So Ada, I want to point to the conversation between Ada and Marion, because Ada acknowledges that Larry has a point about believing him, right? The idea of Larry said the same thing Jack did, but she only believed Jack. She didn't believe Larry. But more importantly, she supports Marion's point that Marion's experiences need to be considered. Larry is 100% tone deaf to all of Marion's experiences. She has tried to tell him, and she says explicitly in this episode 2 times, and has said to him several times, You know what my story is. You know my experiences with Mr. Rakes, with Dashiell. You have literally come across the street to find me crying in each season because of those experiences. And you are still acting like I'm some loco crazy, like a crazy woman. No, man. She has legitimate concerns for her issues.
Okay,
and
but hold up. I'm gonna pump the brakes right there. And now this is through 2025 lens, so forgive me for that. How much responsibility is it of Larry to make Marion feel a certain way? And how much responsibility is it to Marion to heal her own wounds before she gets into this next relationship? Isn't it on Marion? Like, is it really on Larry to have to worry about those past relationships to the point of it, like, potentially ending their own? It's okay if you say, like, please take into consideration these other issues I had in the past, but these issues of the past seem to be the most important thing about Marion right now. And it's like, yeah, if you're that hurt, that your biggest characteristic is that you have been used and abused by these other men, if that's your main characteristic in this relationship, you're not ready to be married or be in another relationship. You should have worked on this and worked through your insecurities and dealt with yourself a little bit. Now, again, that's 2025 lens, but like, is it really Larry's responsibility for what Dashiell did or for what Mr. Rakes did? Is it really his responsibility to right those wrongs? On the flip side, how sensitive does Larry need to be to these other issues? Well, Larry has had other relationships too. Should he be sitting there saying, well, I got hurt because of the widow relationship and you should be more sensitive to that, Marion, that I've also been hurt and I've also felt bad about different things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's got baggage. Is it really the other person's responsibility to tippy-toe around you the rest of your life?
Dorothy tells Peggy in this episode, you deserve a husband that loves you and gives you grace. And William says to Arthur, I don't hold Peggy's past against her. I love her. And both of those are things that a partner that loves Marion should be giving and saying to Marion.
I agree with you, but Peggy isn't using her stuff as an excuse the way that Marion's using her stuff. She doesn't come to Dr. K and say, you need to treat me like XXXXX because I have a shitty past. And that's what Marion's doing. She's making it her whole personality is her baggage. And I'm saying Peggy doesn't do that. She tried to actually keep her past in its place.
No, Peggy doesn't. And I hear what you're saying. Marion's experience is, I have to get this right. And Larry understood that because before he was her fiance, he was her friend. He understands the pressure she feels. I believe she has told him the pressure that she feels. I have to get this right.
Okay, you're saying he understands. I question that. Yes, those words have been said to him, but I don't think as a character he understands.
Well, then he's not the right match for her because I don't think it is on him to solve her woes, but I think it is on the person who will love Marion in a real way and say, I take you as you are and I know who you are and I love all of those and I will hold you and help you heal. I won't heal you. That's Marion's job, but I will give you the space and the grace. And in my arms, we will heal together. That's what a person who loves another person should say. Larry is a child looking to get laid. He is looking to be provocative. He is not ready to have an adult relationship with a woman who has baggage. It's not that he isn't willing to 100% heal her. He is he's 100% ignorant to it, tone deaf to it. He hasn't even said to her, I understand your experiences with Mr. Rakes and Dashiell, but also I need there to be more trust here. If he had said something like that, if he had acknowledged what she was saying in any way, I would be more supportive of his cause. She says, you know my experiences, you know my history with men failing me at every turn. And he says, I don't want to talk about this anymore. My father is dying. That's not a grown man. That's a boy.
But hold up. He didn't have anything to do with what those men did. Nothing. And so I don't know, at some point you're standing in front of this person, listening to them cry to you about what these other people did to them. And they are just like looking at you like, so fix everything, do everything better than these other men do. I myself would be like, you're putting too much pressure on me. I cannot fix and heal you from these other relationships. Like, dude, you've got to do it yourself. Everybody understands that part.
I disagree with you. I don't think she's saying fix me. I think she's saying I'm asking for some grace. I'm asking for honesty.
Now, at the end of the argument, she's looking for some grace. But that's not how it started. Well, it started.
She
wasn't looking for grace at the beginning.
No, it started when they got engaged and he went to a whorehouse and lied about it. That's how it started.
I understand, but you know what I'm saying.
No, I think
he's a bad dude too. I'm not saying he's not a bad guy because I think he is bringing out the worst in her. And so if you just stop at that, his behavior and his personality brings out all her insecurities, then this isn't a good love match. This isn't a Larian anymore. This is sad.
I think you're right to say she should not probably have gone into this relationship to begin with. She needed to heal.
And she tried. Remember, guys? She did have a stiff arm for a while saying, it's too soon. It's too soon from the Dashel situation. And we kind of took that as just optics. That's, I feel like, how we all took it at first. Like, I don't want to be seen in public with you. It's too soon. But you could say that some part of her was saying it's too soon because I'm like not ready to go all in because I'm not over this other crap yet. You know, I'm not in a good place. Now, I'm going to just throw this out and I'll be honest with you guys out there. This little personal like Caroline corner here, if you will. I am a very jealous person. And I would say that when I'm in a situation, it does take a while. Like, I do need some grace in a situation for anyone to understand that, like, yeah, no, I have some hangups my own self and I'm honest about them and everything. But if I made them the first thing you got to know about me is I'm jealous and insecure, if like Marion's doing, like, that's my first personality trait you need to know about me. That's not someone that can be or is ready to be in a relationship. Like, you got to work on that stuff and make it part of your personality somewhere deep in there, something you work on every day. But it can't be your like main trait. That's just insurmountable for anyone.
Let's listen to George's advice to his son, because neither Russell man takes this advice, but I think it's good advice. But let's take a listen to it.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Can you manage this?
I can manage. Any word on the investigation?
Nothing concrete yet.
And any news from Miss Brooke?
No.
Don't let a misunderstanding get in the way of your happiness. And there will always be disagreements. You must weigh those against the value of what brings you together. Now, let us away to the ball.
Let's apply that to George and Bertha first, because I was saying earlier that, George, why aren't you taking your own advice? But maybe listening to this, and tell me what you think, maybe he's taking his own advice, but the thing that brings them together no longer surpasses the disagreement splitting them apart. Maybe via giving this advice to Larry, he's indicating to us that the thing that unites us is not either real, it's an illusion, or it's not enough. Is that possible, that he's not just ignoring his own advice, but he is aware of his own advice, but just can't apply it to his situation, that the disagreement is too much to overcome the thing that brings them together?
The deal is that this isn't a disagreement. This is not a disagreement. This isn't like, I wanted to paint the wall blue and you want to paint the wall red. This isn't a disagreement. This is lying. This is withholding information. This is making your partner feel super insecure about your loyalty and the relationship and everything. That's not a disagreement. Those are some fundamental morals, values, decision making at like the most basic level. Are you someone who goes to prostitutes? That's a yes or a no. And that's a deal breaker question for the other person. Like, maybe they're fine with it. Maybe they're not. Whichever way that relationship is composed, whether we're okay with those things or not, but both parties have to agree. And that's not a disagreement. That's like a way you live your life kind of thing. That's a fundamental, right? You know, here's a curiosity. I don't seem to know how much George or Bertha actually understand what their son did, because I don't know if they think it's just a disagreement or if they get what happened, because we never see anyone tell them, hey, BT dubs, here's what the actual argument's about.
Right. The closest is later on when Oscar is trying to hatch his plan with Bertha. He says to her, Marion knows that Larry did nothing wrong at the club. And Bertha's only response is, of course not. Meaning, like, of course he didn't. But there's no indication there but do you know that he lied about where he was and then says he was doing it for her own good? Because I can't believe Bertha would be cool with George lying to protect her. Something tells me Bertha would have a real big problem with that.
Yeah. It would depend on what was going on for Bertha, but like she actually might be somebody who has the security in her relationship with George where if he said something like, I don't know, I'm going to make this up entirely, but if he said something like there was like a business deal going on and the guys were all meeting at the Haymarket and, you know, she can kind of look at him with like an eyebrow and him be like, look, man, I just got to go because this is where the guys are meeting. You know, either you trust me or you don't. Because, like, we've been married 1,000,000 years now. And so, you know, whatever.
And going to the Haymarket is good for business.
Away with that. Yeah, and maybe George gets away with that, right? But Larry, I mean, again, this was a social thing. This wasn't a requirement in any way. He chose to go to this situation. He chose to lie. And the worst was he lied out of the gate. It's not like, and I know that
it was a premeditated lie. Which
does that make it worse?
It does.
Does it make it? I tried to think about it. Like I'm pausing because like I was literally trying to think about it.
Because you get caught in something and you lie. You weren't planning on it, but then you're sensing. You sense that, oh shit, I did something wrong, so you lie. Is panic that maybe, I mean, obviously you didn't mean to lie, right? Like you panicked, which is still bad.
Or you didn't plan to lie,
right? You didn't plan to lie, but you panicked and lied, which is bad and reveals something else about your character. That when pressed for something, you go to the lie versus an awkward truth. But this is, I came loaded with a story. I think it's worse. I think it's worse. It's premeditated, right? Murder, passionate murder, right? Murder in the heat of the moment is not as bad as premeditated murder, the way we look at it. Premeditated murder is worse than crime of passion murder. Premeditated lie is better than panic spur of the moment lie, I think, if we're going to grade lies. They're both farts that smell, I guess.
It's both bad. So at the end of the day, season 4, just point blank, do you want them to be an item or do you just want them to be friends?
I as long as it doesn't sink Marion in society, I don't want her to become Ada Spinster, right? I don't want her to be with Larry because I think Larry's not ready to be with someone in a serious way. And I don't think Marion is either. I think that's what we're talking about here. Marion needs to do work on Marion first. She needs some Marion healing time before she gets into a relationship. But then she also needs to be with a real man, not a boy pretending to be a man. And Larry needs to mature. So no, I'm going to say no on Larry.
I don't want them together anymore either. I think that in understanding now that Bertha brings out such bad traits in the people around her and seeing the way that Marion acts around Larry, I loved the way she acted before Larry came in on the scene with George and the gunshot whole scene. Marion was a great, strong character. I loved seeing her walk down those stairs with Bertha, and I loved them together, and I loved everything they were saying. But when Larry comes in on the scene, she immediately becomes insufferable, and I don't enjoy her character. So for me, I want fresh start in season 4. They can be friends, but I want fresh start.
I realize I actually need to go back and correct something I just said a little bit ago. As I said it, I realized it didn't sound right. And then I looked at my notes and I did say it wrong. So Gladys tells her mother at the end of the episode that, obviously she's pregnant and that she told Hector the night before. I said earlier, or just, I don't know, a little bit ago, that it was at the end of her trimester because that's the methodology that we use nowadays, right? Nowadays is like at the end of your 12 weeks is typically when people say they can, they feel like you can tell people and the pregnancy seems stable. She actually says, my doctor wanted me to wait until the end of the 4th month before saying anything. Or at least that's how I have it in my notes anyway. So that's why I just assumed in my brain when I was saying it out loud, but she actually is 4 months pregnant, which, why does it matter? One, because I like to be correct on these things because facts matter, but more importantly, because it really pushes back the date of the show. We had talked a little bit that she must have got, even if she got really pregnant, like the night of her wedding, that puts the earliest at the weddings in June. At the end of 3 months would put, her being pregnant maybe at the end of August, but beginning September. But if it's 4 months, we're into October at a minimum. This episode must actually be taking place sometime in October of 1884, which is kind of crazy because I feel like people in Newport would be dressed a little more warmly than they seem to be. And also I think of end of season, Caroline, as I'm sure you do, especially the end of season and things like the Hamptons or in Newport. I would just assume that's like Labor Day, right? That's a modern understanding of end of season is kind of Labor Day, which obviously is the beginning of September. So
right.
Did you get any kind of October vibe? There were no pumpkins to be found. I mean, there were no Halloween decorations. So I'm lost.
But that is definitely like a 2025 vibe, though, is that we all rush the holidays, I mean, shoot, there's probably Easter stuff in the stores right now. Sure. Because it's like they're already blowing past Halloween, and we're only in August. So, yeah, I think that you're right to want to correct it. Anybody out there who would like to debate the first trimester versus the 4-month thing, I think that's pretty minute kind of detail that it's okay, but I get you on the timing and that we're pushed a couple more weeks. I guess it makes sense. Like maybe people have their last hurrah on the beach, like on Labor Day, and then maybe like a week or two, then we have our big like end of the season ball. So maybe it makes pretty good sense that it's like kind of right at the start of October. It seems late for us, but I think that's all right.
And also it seems late for us now in 2025, but even back to our youth, October in the Northeast didn't feel much different than September most days or the end of August most days. Now, who knows what you're getting weather-wise? But 100 years ago, and certainly in the 80s and the 90s, mid-October kind of, you got those, I can't even say the word what we would call it, but you get those late summer days. So maybe in 1884, the weather being less damaged, that's what we were experiencing.
Well, I would definitely say, I joke all the time that I used to teach preschool, and I would not want to teach the seasons now because there's no discerning August from October for most of us. It seems like it's the same type of weather for me as it is the whole time. So it's hard. It's like all the months shifted, and it's like there's just like it's snowing all the way into March and April now, and it didn't ever feel like that, And I can remember when we were little, it was always cold in October, but no, not anymore.
Nothing makes sense. It could be 89 degrees or it could be 40. You don't know.
We don't know. It's a mystery.
This is not a weather podcast, though. So.
It turns out it's not, y'all.
No.
It's not a climate podcast or any of those things.
It's barely an accurate facts podcast. So let's
oh my God. I'm not going to hear
that. The trauma, comments I get. Anyway, now we are officially moving.
Feelings.
I know. I have a separate therapist just for podcasting.
Just for the podcast comments.
Now I am officially moving us into Peggy and William and good marriage stuff. But first, of course, on this show, nothing is always sweet. We have to start with a little bit of sour.
Mr. Scott was responsible for putting the child up for adoption.
It has taken me a long time to try and make peace with it all and to forgive him. I was going to tell you. I just needed to build up the courage.
I see. I need to walk and think.
I'm so sorry. I understand if You believe the worst of me now.
None of my thoughts are clear at this moment. I'll write to you.
We're going to Newport for the ball.
Yes, I'm to escort my mother back on tomorrow's train. I'm afraid this information has strengthened her arguments against us. Now it all seems insurmountable.
I didn't tell you sooner because I'm a private person, and to talk about such things never really is the right time.
No. I suppose there isn't.
You know what made this scene even more heartbreaking than it already was the scene before this. Peggy and Dorothy, Caroline, you'll remember we talked about this. They were so excited because they thought he was coming to propose.
Yeah.
When they got the note that when he was coming to visit her in Brooklyn versus just waiting for them to be up in Newport, they both thought he was coming to propose. And they never had their 61st Street conversation. So she really had no idea. She was completely blindsided by this news. And the scene actually begins in media res with her having obviously just concluded telling the story. I picked up that edit where I did because it starts with William picking up on Arthur kind of being the villain of the adopted baby storyline. But before we get to that, I wanted to stay with Peggy and Dorothy because you brought up a good point that I'm curious if other listeners are feeling. Talk to a little bit about the Peggy and Dorothy conversations and why they kind of resonate with you.
I really enjoy the way that they write the relationship between Dorothy and Peggy. I think it's very realistic. I really like how you always feel the warmth. You always feel the true, deep emotions. Like when Dorothy comes in and sees Peggy crying on the steps, she immediately drops down to Peggy's level and is kind of underneath her almost, looking up at Peggy and trying to immediately drop into that voice that is reassuring. And you can hear her own heart and feelings when she's like, oh, Peggy, she has this oh my God, this is awful kind of resonance in her voice is just so amazing. I mean, Audra McDonald is amazing. I mean, we love her. But the way that she interacts with Peggy and the way that they're just there for each other, I find it incredible writing and incredible acting. You could take these two and we could spin off right now into their own Dorothy and Peggy story. And I would watch that. I would watch them navigate the world as these Black women in this society and doing what they're doing. I feel like they are writing them so realistically, and a relationship that most of us would want with either their daughter or with their mother. I just love it. What's your read on their relationship?
Oh, I agree. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. I think what I enjoy the most about it is, one, it feels real. It feels natural. It feels real. But it actually, as far as Peggy character development, it's one of the things that makes Peggy such a well-crafted character is because you look at Dorothy, you look at Arthur, who are supporting cast members in every way, and yet you have such a good feel for who they are as people. Because you and I have talked a lot about much more regularly featured characters, and maybe we don't understand who they are at all. But these two, who are supporting cast members, who are not in every episode, you know who Arthur Scott is. You know who Dorothy Scott is. And because you know who they are, you understand who Peggy is, and you also see where she gets her strength and her resilience and her intelligence and her fierceness and her assertiveness, but also her kindness. Right? And you see the parts, you and I talk a lot about our kids and what bits of them are you, what bits of, Thomas is me. And you can see in Peggy what bits are Arthur and what bits are Dorothy. That's very hard to do on any television show or movie. It's even harder to do when two of the three characters you're talking about are not regular cast members. It's a credit to the show. And I don't have a better praise than that. That making me invested in you as a character is the best thing a show can do to me. And all three of the Scotts, I think, are fascinating, well-drawn characters.
So we got to get into the Dr. K of it all.
Right. Okay, so first question is out of the gate. Is it fair of Dr. Kirkland to say that none of his feelings are clear? Given how he feels about Peggy before his mother had come to his office, now given what he has learned about Peggy's history, is this a fair statement of him?
I think it is, because he didn't try to say anything like, I think this or I think that. I mean, I think he actually just said exactly how all of us were feeling. Like, wow, this is a lot to take in. I need to kind of sort this out. I need to go take a walk. I think that is completely reasonable to say, like, I just need to take a second. I need to evaluate how is this going to affect every different aspect of my life, my family's life, our reputation. How do I feel about the fact that I had to find out this news in kind of a crummy way where I didn't hear it directly from you. I had to hear it from all these other people. I mean, there's a lot going on here that I don't blame him for wanting to take a beat and figure it out. I wish he had just been a little bit more positive or upbeat when he left her, because 100% she feels like it's 1,000% over.
Right. And Arthur says as much, right?
Yeah, but we learn later at the ball that Dr. K did not intend to even imply that.
Right.
Really, he was like, I wasn't looking at it like that at all. So I wish he had been just like a little bit more clear with her, just to not make her feel so upset. But I mean, as a narrative device, we all appreciate that the writers want to create some tension and make us feel worried about will they, won't they. We have, the Larian situation going on, and we have Peggy and Dr. K. So we're kind of running these parallel storylines of will they, won't they, what's going to happen. I felt like Dr. K's response and the way that Peggy and him spoke was so much more mature and ready to be in a relationship together than anything we saw in old Larian. So for me, it was completely realistic, and I enjoyed the fact that he was such a thoughtful man that he would want to take just a minute. And it wasn't long. He didn't string her along for like months or something, I mean, it was just a minute. He needed to go speak to his own parents, and he needed to think a little. That's okay. I'm okay with all that.
You explained it best when we were watching the episode. I'm going to paraphrase, but I want you to fill in the blanks. You said essentially, we had a full season journey with Peggy, along with Peggy, learning about the fact that her son had not died in childbirth, had been given away for adoption while she was unconscious after giving birth, and then learning about the child, learning that the child had died, and then a journey of trying to forgive her father for what he had done. We spent a long time with Peggy getting over that, getting over Arthur, getting through the trauma of all of that information. William just found out about it right now. So it's realistic that we grant him some grace and space to process this information.
Let's think about this for just 1 second. When we all found out, as it unfolded for us, what happened with Peggy and what Arthur had done, think about how we all felt as the audience members. And we're not even in a relationship with Peggy, right? We're not considering marrying Peggy. And we were shocked and needed a minute to process all that had happened with Arthur, and then to find out that the baby had lived, then actually died after they went to go thinking it was alive. It was a lot for us as the audience to take in. So of course Dr. K needs a minute, because he's got a more intimate relationship with Peggy than we do. And, I think it's just natural to take a second and want to reevaluate, especially now you're a guy. So maybe you can tell me in terms of I've never proposed to anybody. Is there a moment that you take in any type of way before that kind of maybe raises to a feverish pitch right before you're going to propose? Are your feelings really I don't know how to say, where you're really trying to make sure you're making the right choice?
Oh, yeah, I think so. But I think if you're at the point where you're actually going to propose, man, I think it has to be something pretty freaking substantial to back you off of that proposal, right? If you're saying, I am going to get down on one knee and propose to spend the rest of my life with you and you love me forever, man, it better be a nuclear blast that can shake that foundation, because you shouldn't be getting married otherwise. Yeah, without being too preachy, I think it's normal to feel heightened in the moment, but also it has to be something pretty substantial, which is why I think it is key that he does point out the end of that sentence. And I think it's the most heartbreaking part of that scene is this gives my mother so much more ammunition to try and break us up. I fear it may be insurmountable. Insurmountable is such a potent word. We don't use it terribly much, but when you say something is insurmountable, that word has weight to it. And so you get why Peggy and then her parents, via her telling them what happened, you get why Arthur's like, I thought you put her aside. And he's like, I didn't take it that way, William says. But you get why Peggy, I mean, you walked out, the last thing he says before he gets on the knee to propose to her is, this is insurmountable. That's weighty.
I don't know how you don't take that as it's over. Because if someone had told me this problem is insurmountable, I would think, well, God, what do we do? Then it's,
Isn't that a credit to William, though? Because he says, my mother is insurmountable, and yet he surmounts her.
He surmounts her. I don't know if that's the right word.
I just made it up. It works in context.
I don't think you want to use
non-sexually surmounts her.
I was just going to say anything that sounds like mount your mother doesn't sound right, but yeah.
He conquers her.
Yipes. Yeah. He does in a lot of ways, though. Like, hey, that's the thing.
More than any other male we've seen on this show.
1,000%. And I've been talking with a lot of other people who watch the show, and I've been asking them, what'd you think? And that kind of stuff. And guess what? One of the biggest comments that I've heard about this finale from people I know, not like on the internet, but people I actually know, was Dr. K stood up to his mom. Yeah. That was like literally like the highlight of this, even more than Gladys being pregnant. Isn't that funny? Like that wasn't like the number one thing someone wanted to say. It was that, hey, look at this man standing up to his mother.
Because it validates that this is a real mature relationship, which we are in short supply of on this show. Him standing up to his mother is what you needed to convince you that these two do belong together. They are mature young adults ready to spend a life together. She confronted the worst part of her past, did the work, healed herself so that she is able to be vulnerable and be with someone, which is what we spent time talking about. Marion has not done the work on. And William got past the biggest obstacle in his way, was his mother and her judgment. And she casts a long shadow in Newport. And we're going to play this clip in a second. Dorothy is on a tear in this episode, but she has a great line about how being in Newport is giving you the illusion that you could be a bitch. I mean, that's a paraphrase, but that's essentially what she says.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I mean, these two overcome the things they needed to do in their personal life so that they could come to each other in an open and honest and loving way. And we have not seen that on any other of the main relationships in this show. So it's refreshing. So I think that's why people are going to gravitate toward it, because it validates everything you want. You want Peggy to be happy. And for being on the show for just a short amount of time, you want William to be happy. You want these two to be together because it feels right for them to be together. But I'm not done yet picking apart the argument, though, because one of the things you and I talked about a couple episodes ago was how William kept saying, there's time, and how we even thought that Peggy was getting ready to tell him, and he shut her down because it was right after the T. Thomas Fortune affair, and she says, and there's something else, and he's like, I don't need to know everything now. So, given his position, is it fair for him to now even hesitate? And also, but did Peggy wait too long? These obviously a lot of time has gone by. We have not seen every minute of these two being together. We've only seen a fraction, I would guess, of the amount of time they have spent together. So in that period of time, did she wait too long, to the fact that is it hurt William more to find this out here because he found out from someone else, namely his mother, which is maybe the worst person to find out from. So there's like kind of three parts to the question. Is he in the wrong, or does he share any of the blame of creating the situation by shutting her down? Should she have come cleaner sooner, given how serious these two had become? And does it hurt worse because he found out not from Peggy? You know, had she told him, let's say 2 episodes ago, maybe he doesn't react the same. Maybe he takes it better in the moment.
You know what? Maybe when he did that, like, kind of like awkward faux fall stumble at Cliff Walk, that would have been a good time for her to be like, you know, I've had an awkward moment myself.
Oh, man.
And just ease right into it from there.
That's a borderline dad joke you just broke out there, Caroline.
I know.
I have to go get my t-shirt.
I'm hanging out with you way too much.
I have a t-shirt that says 0 days since a dad joke's been told, like one of those safety things, listeners. I feel like I need to pass it to Caroline to wear for a little bit now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Okay, so I'm going to answer your questions backwards. One, yes, it hurt way worse because it came from his mom than hearing it from Peggy. Yes, for sure, without a doubt. When it comes to the timing of how long, because the show is not precise with us about how much time has actually passed, we can guess, but we don't exactly know. And also, we have to expect that there were scenes that happened off screen because of how quickly they became so comfortable with one another. They were sharing secrets and stories and all kinds of stuff from their past and doing all kinds of little moments together, going to Peggy's speech, going to Cliff Walk. We were getting little moments here and there, but it's again a little hard because it's not like we saw them every episode, every second of everything they were doing. So we don't know exactly how much they were interacting. So that one, I'm like in the middle. I'm like, should she have said it sooner? Of course, now, given the fallout in this moment that we're talking about, of course, we all wish she had told earlier. But then that leads me back to the moment she did want to tell. And he was like, we can talk more about it later. In that moment, yeah, I think Dr. K he thought he was being sincere in what he was saying, but I think that Peggy understanding how big this was, that this wasn't like a small thing she had to tell him, I think she should have pushed back harder on that comment because he meant it like one time you dated some guy somewhere, not like, you got pregnant, you were married and old, your dad basically stole your baby. Like, that's a much bigger thing that his comment of like, it can wait, I'm sure it's not that big of a deal kind of thing. That did not apply to her story, to how big and difficult it really was. So I think that his comment was light and easy breezy, thinking that what she had to say was going to be way lighter than what it was.
Right. It's like saying, I don't need an umbrella. It's only going to rain. And then a hurricane descends upon you. It wasn't in the category of what he was considering or thinking about of what might be out there.
Right. Only Peggy knew the severity of what she needed to tell him and what an impact it would have. So, yeah, the onus is on her without a doubt because only she knew how serious it was. And to be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised that Dorothy and her didn't have a conversation. When, if you're talking about proposals and stuff like that, it would have also made sense in that moment for Dorothy to be like, no, you did tell him everything, right? Like, you guys have been open with each other, right? Like, there should have kind of been a moment where Dorothy might have checked in with her on that particular part of her story. And so I'm surprised that didn't happen in the course of however long they've been courting. So again, stuff might have happened off screen that they're just implying was kind of around. But I think given the facts that we have, Peggy, yes, should have spoken up, even though Dr. Case kind of tried to just be like, it's not that big of a deal.
Let's play the aftermath clip between Dorothy and Peggy. You talked a little bit about this earlier. She didn't warn her or ask Peggy those questions before we got to this point, but she does have some good advice here for how to handle this going forward, which I think maybe Peggy's too upset to really absorb, but us as listeners and viewers, I think can absorb it.
What's happened? His mother has a friend in Philadelphia. She knows the Springs. Oh. She told William everything, and I'm sure she embellished wherever she saw fit. It's over.
Oh, is that what he told you?
He doesn't think we can fight her. Why would he?
No, he's shocked. Love doesn't disappear in an instant. No matter what happens, you are worthy of a husband who understands and gives you grace and cherishes you.
I wish I could believe that.
God damn, Danae Benton's so good. These two are just so titans. I mean, if you've ever seen either of them on Broadway, I think you would understand how good they are. That's a powerful scene. I believe every tear she's dropping there. But I want to focus on what Dorothy says, because she gets to it in the way a wise mom would. Did he actually say it's over? No. He's shocked. just hearing it as a mom or as a parent, as someone who has lived, and clearly her and Arthur had their own experiences, which we got a little bit of info on this season about him being a darker skinned person and also maybe not freeborn the way Dorothy was. She has experience maybe even in this kind of situation and the differences between William and Peggy and what a marriage would have. For her to pick up on, he's shocked. You don't hear that in television shows. You don't hear Dr. Kirkland's measured response of, I need to think. And you also don't hear typically Dorothy's reasonable statement to her crying daughter of, he's just shocked. He didn't actually say it's over. Right? I think that's impressive. But as a mom, him saying to her, or her saying, Dorothy saying to Peggy, whatever the case is, even if he does leave, you deserve a husband that loves you and grants you grace. Caroline, you have known me for many years now. How many times do I say to you and to other people, please have grace with yourself? That is such an important thing that we forget on a daily basis, whether it's 1884 or 2025.
Yeah, a million times. I think it's hard. And I mean, I think for Peggy, I mean, she doesn't want to view herself as a victim in any way. And I appreciate that. But there's really no good way to look at this story in which she really played a huge active role in it. Like, really, things were done to her. People lied to her. People took the baby. You know, other things happened that she didn't do. Like, she didn't do anything wrong. Now, I guess the only part that you could take a pause and say, well, if she went against her parents and she like ran away and got married and stuff, maybe we can say that that was like a questionable decision, perhaps. I don't know. But given where Arthur was during that time, we can guess based on everything he did, he doesn't seem like he would have been a dad you could go talk to in any sort of way.
Not at all.
So then in that case, like, what choice did she have if she thought this man was a good man? And maybe he completely was, like the person that she married. We don't know much about him. Really, what did she do wrong? What does she personally have to take responsibility for of this story? I'm not sure. Like, which part do you think she could be held accountable for? Besides the just not telling, like, skip that part.
That's the only part, though.
Just what did she do wrong, you know?
She didn't. And then that's the point of it. That's the injustice of it. Because if the roles were reversed and it was a man, right? If it was men had the same role that they had in society, but they were the ones who gave birth and this happened to a man instead of to Peggy, no one would hold the man accountable in any way, shape, or form. They would just say, oh, you got screwed by your parents. Like, we're not going to hold that against you in society. Her only crime is that she didn't say it to him faster. But it does bring up the question, and I was reminded of it even as you're talking here. The roles are a little bit reversed, but you were right to say Peggy and William are very much a parallel to Larian. And one of the issues that Marion confronts with Larry is, are you telling me now because you wanted to tell me what really happened or because you got caught? And William, from William's point of view, he doesn't say that here, but you know it's tainting the conversation a little bit. It has to be. Are you only telling me all the details now because you got caught and my mother told me? Or because you really were going to tell? You're sitting here saying I was getting around to telling you, but I didn't yet. But are you telling me now because you have to tell me or because you really did want to tell me? It adds a little gray area to the whole trust question, which William seems to get over and Marion and Larry have not gotten over. But there's a little bit of coloring in there. No? Is that fair? Is part of William's, from William's point of view? I
mean, but that's getting to the part about when she tells, you know, that right. revolves around that. But I guess I just want to pause for a moment and ask, you know, even our listeners, like, is anybody seeing any part of the Peggy Arthur, you know, the Springs family adopting the baby, anything about that story that Peggy should be held responsible for? And I'm open. Like, if listeners, if anybody thinks so, tell me which part. And then that's the part that Dorothy's talking about, giving yourself grace, being, you know, about being kind to yourself, like all that stuff, the talking about it and the telling. I agree. You can use that same exact filter and put it over the top and say, well, did you only tell him because of that? But I want to say you can point back and say, no, because she's been trying to tell you and she has been sharing things in her background and things in her past this whole time. It's not like she held back everything, you know?
I mean, the situation with T. Thomas Fortune was something much more that she was a participant in and had to come clean about. And she did. She's very blameless in this other situation.
But you got to stop on that T. Thomas Fortune, because when I'm thinking about that sitch, her hand was forced again because T. Thomas was doing stuff right in front of Dr. K. So that forced her hand to tell about T. Thomas. So honestly, in that moment, now I'm thinking about that. So this is a second time when her hand has been forced to tell the story, not the first time.
Let's apply a 2025 lens to this. In reality, other than because Mrs. Kirkland has decided that this makes this experience that Peggy had, years ago, makes her a tainted, tarnished woman, it's none of anyone's fucking business. Neither is the situation with T. Thomas Fortune, except for T. Thomas Fortune's wife. William doesn't have a right to know everything that Peggy has ever done in her life or relationship, good or bad, she has had in her life. Now, I think in the experience of in full disclosure, you should explain those things because they shape who you are. But he doesn't have a right to know those things. And had T. Thomas Fortune never come back into the picture, I doubt she would have ever told him about T. Thomas Fortune and her experience with him. And I think I'm okay with that. As William said, we learned later on in this episode that what the nonsense Mrs. Kirkland has done is not the first time she has done it. Has William told Peggy about every woman that he has maybe courted and may possibly married that his mother kiboshed? I don't think so.
That's true. Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't know.
But we're not holding it against him, though, right? I mean,
right.
Her hand was forced, so she had to tell both of these things. And I understand why, in the context of the show, it was important for her that she needed to tell him about this child and it died and there was an adoption and then an annulment and a marriage. I get that. But had none of any of that information come to light, right? Had it not been, had Ernestine, Leslie Uggams not known a family that knew the Springs and Philly, and this never came out, does Peggy have an obligation? You would like to think she would say it, but does she owe it to him to say it? Or is it her right to decide whether she says it or not?
You know what? I think that is a couple by couple decision, because I'm somebody who actually needs the download, because I don't want anything to surprise me later. So I personally would prefer to know all the backstory, everyone you dated, all the biz I need to know, anything, because I don't want some woman to come up to me at the grocery store and be like, oh, I know your husband. Don't blindside me. Like, oh, no. Don't do that to me. So I need that download, but I certainly know plenty of couples who have, maybe this is their second marriage, maybe this is their third marriage, maybe whatever, that they don't feel the need to explain everything in their past. They are who they are standing in front of you right now. And if you love me who I am right now, then let's proceed together into our future. I know couples who are like that too. So I think it's very personal and very couple by couple. You just have to be equal. Like, if she has to tell all her biz, he should also tell his biz. If he's withholding information, he can't hold it against her for withholding information. It just has to be equal within the couple.
One more food for thought about William's point of view in this whole situation and learning this information. And it's the reason I mentioned I began that clip. That was a very long scene that I had to edit down a whole bunch, but I left in the part where he begins the clip begins with him saying, so it was Arthur that gave away the child and not you, which the ... unsaid there is Arthur is the villain in this story as you're saying it. Now, there has been a lot of focus this season in so far as Peggy and William and their respective parents, but also with Mary, Marion and Larry and the Russells and the Van Ryns. And this idea of you don't just marry the person, you marry the family. Is it fair for Dr. K to also be taking a moment to collect his thoughts here, because his father-in-law is going to be this man who was willing to give away a child while his daughter was unconscious? That feels like that might be fair to take a pause there and be like, do I want to marry into that family? Because we're sitting here going like, Peggy, you need to consider if you want Mrs. Kirkland as your mother-in-law. But William hears this story and he's like, I don't know if I want Arthur for my father-in-law. I know who my mother is, but this man that's some bullshit.
I think you're 100% correct. And I actually had a pause about that too, where I was thinking like, boy, this is really showing Arthur in a horrible light. And maybe that's even something Peggy should have said. It's difficult to tell you this story because it really makes my father look a certain way that I know he's not that person anymore or however, whatever their relationship was before. All we know is that it was very strained. We don't know exactly what was going on. Except for that, I guess, well, I take that back. We don't know the foundational stuff between them. He wanted it to be Arthur and daughter pharmacy. And that was their beef, like what was going on as she was becoming an adult. He wanted her to be on one career path. She wanted to be a writer, which he looked at as being far more volatile and difficult to earn a living and all that kind of stuff. And so he was, encouraging her to be in the business with him, in the family business. So we do know why there was strain between them as she was getting older. But to my point, though, like, it would be difficult to tell a story about your parents to your potential fiance, which made them look really bad, most especially your dad. Makes him look really bad. And I guess I would have thrown that out too. Like, I really wanted you to, get to know our family before I had to tell this situation.
Right. She
because
does say
it's so
to
much
him,
more difficult to forgive him.
She says something in that clip along the lines of, it has taken me a long time to get over it all, which I included getting over being mad at Arthur. But I agree with you. Maybe a little more specificity there, insofar as so William's not going and instead of asking for his daughter's hand in marriage, throwing a punch at, Arthur, like I could have had an adopted son now, you son of a bitch kind of thing. Maybe if you don't give him away to, adoption, he doesn't die of scarlet fever, or something like that. Especially to a doctor, imagine if William's really going to go down a dark road. He's like, I could have saved him, It's not a gunshot wound, but it's something.
Even if you're Arthur, he's a pharmacist. He would have had medicine that maybe the Springs didn't have. I don't know. So again, had the baby been with Peggy or had that relationship not been strained and they were like active grandparents, he would have been a part of being able to save him, potentially.
If season 4 ends up being the final season of Gilded Age, I'm sitting here right now. Let's get Scots of Brooklyn as the spinoff show, because I think we would all watch it. I think
everyone would watch. I think everyone would watch it.
Let's move to parents now. We have to listen to the clip between Dorothy and Mrs. Kirkland in the dress shop because
woof.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
My daughter has nothing to be ashamed of.
She duped my son.
She did nothing of the sort. She was going to tell your son about the most harrowing time in her life.
But she didn't.
Yet. She had planned to. But you didn't miss your opportunity to seize on the news and disseminate it like a pox, making your son think the worst.
I didn't make him think anything. It was your daughter who deceived him. I had hoped that Peggy would do the respectable thing and send her regrets.
It is uncanny to me how you can see everyone else's flaws and mistakes, but not your own.
I beg your pardon?
As a pastor's wife, I shouldn't have to remind you of the verse, "For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God."
Dorothy, let's lower the temperature.
My patience is worn thin and I can no longer hold my tongue.
Perhaps you should heed your cousin's warning.
Perhaps you should get off your high horse. You have enjoyed a certain kind of privilege amongst our people here in Newport that has created an illusion for you.
What kind of illusion is that?
The kind that has enabled you to act without grace, manners, and impunity. But I am not from Newport. We will be attending the ball as a family. My husband has made a rather nice donation because that is actually the respectable thing to do, Mrs. Kirkland.
Just a good little reminder there that the ball that the Scotts and the Kirklands are going to and that the Kirklands are throwing is a fundraiser ball for Mr. Kirkland's church. In case people had forgotten that, it was a throwaway line an episode or two ago. I realized a couple of days ago, Caroline, I am saying pox. I have said pox a lot in the last few days. And I wasn't until I was doing my notes for this episode that I realized it was from this scene where pox got into my brain. But where's the lie? Give me the lie in what Dorothy says to Miss Kirkland there.
I can't find a flaw in what the woman said. Honestly, I can't. I mean, I think Mrs. Kirkland is insanely bold in terms of just coming in and speaking so harshly, speaking down to everybody in the shop in a way that just felt like, what's your deal? You know, like overall, it is so much more than just the colorism aspect of everything. Like this superiority complex that she has over like everyone she talks to. I mean, I could not have been more pleased to have both her husband and her son be like, this is too much. Like, you're nuts. But to have Dorothy be able to have her moment, man, how cathartic for Dorothy to just finally be able to just say what everyone else is thinking.
Right. That's the genius of what she says here. It's calling her out on the fact that you have been granted a certain level of privilege among our people here in Newport, which is giving you the illusion that you can act how you do with, impunity, which is right. I think for Mrs. Kirkland, this is such a cold water bath because no one has ever stood up to her before. And we have seen characters like this in the Gilded Age, right? The Risley Sages, the Russells George Russell in Business to an extent, Agnes Van Ryn, or Mrs. Astor, of course. Not going to leave out Mrs. Astor, especially this idea of, don't you know who I am, as the answer to why they can act how they act, and the defense to how they can act how they act. Well, Dorothy Scott from Brooklyn doesn't give a flying fig about who you are. All she sees is a rude woman. It was making me laugh listening to the clip there, and I know you'll appreciate this. Audrey McDonald playing Dorothy in this scene sounds very Claire Huxtable-like, which is funny because she's saying it to Felicia Rashad playing Mrs. Kirkland. But the tone and the I am over it-ness of everything she's saying there is very Claire.
For those of you who have not seen The Cosby Show, for all your reasons that are perfectly good, definitely you're exactly right. But we grew up, when it was on the air, and
acceptable.
It was when everybody didn't know all the things.
When we didn't question a man having an OBGYN office in his basement.
Right, that seemed right.
We were all
anyway,
cool with it.
But let's focus on Claire, not Cliff. Claire was an amazing no-nonsense lawyer in The Cosby Show. For those of you who don't know, she is the wife in the family, but she is also so much more than...
She is the Rock. She is...
Yeah, she is so three-dimensional. She has so much depth to her character, and that's an amazing part of that, writing for that particular show. But for her... you're right. She would get that look on her face that she could throw daggers out of her eyes at the kids over different things. You're right. I saw that stiffening of her spine, that enough is enough. Because you know what? Most of the time on The Cosby Show, Cliff kind of dealt with the kind of small problems of the kids because it was called The Cosby Show and he was mostly the one. So when Claire came in on the scene, that meant shit was hitting the fan. You were about to get
Mama
a
Bear
smackdown.
Energy.
Yes. So I got you on that. Audrey McDonald was definitely like that.
It's very funny. But, I like this comeuppance for Mrs. Kirkland has been coming for episodes ever since she was introduced in our first impressions, which has been nothing but negative. But I was happy that it's not just Dorothy that tells her of it. I'm going to cut now to the last scene where we see them talking to each other of William, Mr. Kirkland, and Mrs. Kirkland. This is a long scene. Again, I cut it in half. For those that don't remember, William has announced he's not going to the ball, and then he is going at his mother for, how many people have you told that you've spread this gossip about Peggy basically ruining her reputation? And William, he's standing up to his mother, but listen to Mr. Kirkland, who you have seen his face react negatively to what his wife has said several times this season. But finally, the great Brian Stokes Mitchell shows up and finally gives voice to what we've all been thinking. Let's head to the Kirkland's living room.
This will pass. There will be many others starting tonight at the ball.
That is not the answer, Elizabeth.
Was I to allow her to continue this deception all the way down the aisle? What would everyone think and say about the pastor's son's wife?
Maybe they think she's human like the rest of us.
She could take down our family name. I was not about to let that happen.
We are a family that loves and forgives.
But she didn't even give us a chance to offer forgiveness because she kept it all a secret. You cannot be involved with someone who has such a tainted past.
Woman, you are not above reproach.
Are you taking the liar's side above your wife? I had a duty to inform and protect our son.
He is a grown man. You should have given William and Miss Scott a chance to work this out themselves.
I gave him an opportunity to hear the truth and make a decision.
No. You did not.
He's right. You have sown calamity and heartbreak. And this is not the first time. It stops now. That you get to decide what kind of man you want to be. And what you want for your life.
Thank you for that.
Remember, the good Lord has ordered your steps.
I wish I knew which way he was telling me to go.
You are not above reproach. It is exactly what Dorothy just told her. But coming from him, it's like a whip across the face. You see it. She's lost. She's like, I guess I'm going to go wait in the carriage. She doesn't know how to recover. I don't know that Mr. Kirkland has ever spoken to her this way. But even he has his limits. We are a family that loves and forgives. Powerful stuff. How did you take this scene? Were you fist pumping and cheering, or what's the reaction here?
Honestly, when that little bit of information dropped that this was not the first time that she had done this biz, that actually was the hardest hitting moment of all of that. Everything else that they said was like wrapping around that, like it was like wrapping the package. But honestly, the gift given was us realizing that she has been doing this and digging up dirt on people and causing a problem for William this entire time.
Right. How many people do you think this has happened to? That is an interesting line.
Apparently neither William nor her husband had this moment of like absolute line in the sand with her until this point. But now that we realize this has been grating on the two of them for apparently, I'm going to go with years and maybe more. Maybe he was like a little boy and she was doing this business. So, I love Felicia Rashad so much. She was in a couple different things that I've just really enjoyed her in everything she's been in, really. Beyond just Claire Huxtable, whom we've all loved her for. She, in this moment, needed to be told that enough is enough. And that is the only way, to be honest with you, that I'm okay with Peggy accepting that engagement proposal, because I feel like after everything that was said between Dorothy and Mrs. Kirkland and everything that was going on, there had to be a moment where Mrs. Kirkland was told by her own family where she needs to be in this story, which is stay to the side, do not go over there, do not talk to them about what's going on, like just stay out of this. Brilliantly done. And I think I believe it. I'm trying to decide whether she's a woman who's going to come back at them again. Is season 4 going to be William and Peggy planning a wedding with passive aggressive, snotty remarks being hollered from the other room or something? I don't want to see that. So what I'm hoping for is that somehow they can retain Mrs. Kirkland's dignity and her stature and who she is as a person for whatever good side she has, but manages to try to show some character growth or some big arc here where she can kind of come around. They have to do something. If they just sideline her, that's unrealistic. A woman with this strong of a history of being involved and butting in her kiddo's life is not going to end out of one conversation here like this. It's not. So It would be unrealistic if she's just suddenly perfectly cool with this.
But remember, Arthur gives us the season 4 scenarios, right? He says to Dorothy episodes ago, what if the children look like Peggy? If she's going to treat them like they're servants? What if the children look like William? People are going to think Peggy's their nursemaid. That's the season 4 arc. This marriage is going to happen because Mr. Kirkland literally he doesn't restrain her, but he puts his arm out to keep her from going forward right before William proposes and doesn't allow her to interfere. And if you look at her face is a little bit like she's having a stroke, right? It's a little bit, but it's defeated. But I don't think she will stay down, though. But I think from a point of them being married, and we're going to do predictions at the end, but I make you bet we don't get to see the wedding. I think season 4 picks up with them already married, is my guess.
Oh, really? I think a black wedding at this point in time would be so beautiful to show, and I would love to see it.
Yeah, I agree.
I really hope they do.
I agree, but they've done the wedding for one thing now, because we had the Gladys wedding, and two, with the time jumps that this show tends to do between seasons, my guess is season 4 picks up with them married, and maybe even Peggy already pregnant, because I think the colorism aspect of Mrs. Kirkland will go down to the children. I think Arthur's worries were prophetic, and I think that's where you go with Mrs. Kirkland as being a foil between William and Peggy in a continuing way in season 4. You know, working her divisiveness inside the marriage, or at least casting aspersions that the two of them have to stand up to next to each other as a couple. I don't think William's done having to take on his mother.
As a watcher, I don't want to watch that.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that. They don't have to show them being in Newport with the Kirklands. I mean, they can have a home in New York City.
Old
and
people
not be
don't
dealing
change,
with that.
though, Caroline.
No. She just doesn't have to be. No. But if you're just talking about the show, like literally just talking about Peggy and William, right? If we're just talking about them, there's no reason why we can't just stay in their home and be talking with them. I mean, we're not constantly bringing in Bertha's relatives. We're not.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, so.
I thought you were saying that it would be abnormal if we didn't see her again. Oh, I agree.
Maybe one episode.
Yeah,
Mrs.
agree.
Kirkland can come back in and cause a problem.
I agree. We're not going to see her very much, but I think if we do, that's going to be the avenue of it.
I'm saying I don't want to see her much unless she's going to be cool, because that's not entertainment for me at all. And I don't want that couple to get bogged down in like, you still hate her. We still have to deal with this. And they've been married 2 years already or whatever, you know, like that's not good entertainment. Not for me.
In the cost cutting conversation that we were having earlier, it would make sense that this was her being defeated, right? The ship has sunk. It would make sense if we just don't, maybe we hear lip service of Peggy saying to Arthur or Dorothy, like, we're going to see William's parents up in Newport or something with the baby, but we don't actually see it. My guess is we don't actually see her at all, or Mr. Kirkland again in season 4.
If we don't have a wedding, there's not a reason to see them unless there's something, to be, a plot point that they're important to. I don't want them just to be naysayers on the side, or her, really, not him, but really Mrs. Kirkland. I'm just not interested in like the peanut gallery the entire season.
A few more things just to point out as we wrap up with the wedding, obviously the proposal, but before that, Peggy being worried about the ball, Dorothy, once again, MVP of this episode, unsung hero of this episode is Dorothy, because she is giving out great advice and being a great rock for her daughter. She reminds her daughter that they don't let others dictate their behavior, which again is wonderful advice for us all to keep in mind as we go through our day and our lives.
That is actually one piece of advice that my mom 100%, for those of you who don't know, Mike and I both lost our moms similar times a little over a year ago, and we are both still kind of getting through it. But one of the things that my mom used to always say is that don't let anyone else dictate your behavior. Meaning, just because someone treats you poorly, that doesn't mean that you have to treat them poorly back. Or, if somebody doesn't invite you to something, you still invite everyone. Don't be that person. And when she said it, I was like, oh, that does my heart good to hear that.
What did you think of William asking Arthur for his permission / blessing to marry Peggy? And wrapped up into that is the conversation where he explicitly says that he doesn't hold Peggy's past against her, which again, ... unspoken, maybe you could take as, I hold it against you, but he doesn't say that. And also Arthur's response or warning maybe, is that for him to remember he is marrying Peggy and not the parents. What's the meaning behind that? Is he saying, because don't worry, you're not marrying me? Or is it more like, don't let your mother interfere in your marriage?
I thought it was 100% don't let your mother interfere. I don't know that. I would love to think that Arthur has the self-awareness to realize that he's also have a bad mark on him. But in that moment, I think he was only talking about Mrs. Kirkland. And the rest of it, I think that it was great and very respectful for William to go and seek out Arthur and make sure that everybody was on the same page and we were starting off on the right foot. I think that was commendable and the right thing to do in this particular case, especially given that the last time Arthur saw Peggy talking about William, she was crying and upset and everything. So yeah, he needs to come over and be like, everything's okay. I'm okay. This is okay. We're all good. Now can we move forward? Is that okay with your family? Can we move forward? And in that case, I mean, him speaking for the family as a whole, meaning like Arthur, Dorothy, and Peggy, feels okay in this scenario.
Call me old-fashioned, but I still think it's the right thing to do in 2025. And I certainly think it would have been scandalous to the point of maybe a great offense had he not asked for Arthur's permission or blessing beforehand. So.
Oh, yeah. And I think it would have actually muddied the waters a lot and create a lot of confusion and kind of like, well, but is he okay with Dad? And is he going to not talk to Dad or act weird about Dad? Like, he needed to do that because that was smoothing over everything. And he was saying like, yeah, I'm cool with Peggy. And like, we're all going to move on from this. Meaning like you too, Arthur, like we're all moving on from this.
The last thing to talk about is, I think, remember the cliff walk where he almost slips and falls? I think there's a nice consistency here because William didn't seem to be the best dancer from the couple of steps that we got to see here.
That's so funny that you say that. I thought the exact same thing. I thought, oh my gosh, they are doing the most basic thing when people around them are twirling and doing all these things. And they were very simple in their movements.
So I was very happy for him to be like, you know what, enough of this. Let me just drop to my knee. Because what a very it's the opposite of what his mother would have wanted. Doesn't want the woman and certainly doesn't want it to be such an epic public reveal. And this is the final defiance, I think, William to his mother, but also if you want to look at it from a positive point of view, I think the correct show that when Dorothy was telling Peggy, you deserve a husband that loves you and is going to give you grace and hold you and be a partner for you. This is the kind of proposal that goes with that person for Peggy, right?
Okay, let me throw this out there, though. I'm gonna add a little wrinkle in there for you to noodle on. Okay, so yeah, I'm with you on one hand. However, this is also kind of akin to taking someone out to a fancy restaurant to break up with them because you don't want someone to make a scene. So a little bit, it was kind of bullshit for him to do this to his mother and to his parents, where he is just going to do this in front of everybody because it's like there's no takebacks. You know, like he knows exactly what he's doing. He's announcing their engagement to everyone, where that would have happened with his parents and with her parents to society in some sort of party or some sort of reason, much like Gladys's. It wouldn't have been, I don't think, terribly different. So actually, I have like a kind of I'm happy that he did it because I think Peggy needed him to do this in front of everybody so that there could be no question mark that he was happy and proud and respects Peggy and all the things.
Both can be true though, right? I mean,
well,
it could.
Wait, hold up. You had a lot of problems with Dashiell about doing it at the botanical gardens in front of everybody, about how that backed her in a corner, about how that created a situation where nobody could say what they really thought because they were in front of everybody. And you had an issue with that. So I'm just saying, like, there is some stink on the idea of doing this completely publicly when you know your mother isn't in agreement. Yes, it is bold on one hand, but in another way, some people could say it's cowardly because you're actually not allowing your mother to even be able to say anything because she's in public. So you're not actually taking her on. You're hiding from her by doing that.
I don't agree at all. I think I think there's an aspect of maybe this keeps her from making a scene, but honestly, she was ready to run out there and was going to make a scene anyway. So I don't think it actually would have. I think Mr. Kirkland stopped her from making a scene. I don't think William's actions necessarily did it because she did move forward to do something. And I think you're right that Peggy needed this to be a public proposal so that there would be no question. And she also needed the reassurance of, oh, he never did put me aside. When I thought it was over, it wasn't over. Look what he is doing. Yeah, that's okay, but
none of that, that part didn't require that to be public. We are okay and I forgive you for everything and I'm giving you grace and everything. That could happen privately. So don't put that as a plus on having this be a public proposal.
But I think it works as a romantic gesture. And the difference between Dashiell and Marion and Peggy and William is that there was no doubt between Peggy loving William and William loving Peggy. The only doubt was whether her past that she had nothing to be responsible for was going to be this insurmountable factor. Remember, she thought she was getting proposed to earlier that day or earlier that thing. Dashiell never stopped to give a shit about whether or not Marion loved him or not. I think the intent matters here.
Okay, but I'm
the
saying
intent
like,
was Dashiell's intent was I am not going to give her an opportunity to say no by doing this publicly. I already arranged this with Agnes because I think that's, if I remember correctly.
What if Peggy had decided if a man's going to walk out on me over my past, like just like Dorothy said, you deserve a man who's going to give you grace. You deserve that. And in that moment on those stairs, William wasn't giving her grace. That's not the vibe. That wasn't what was going on.
She also said that he was shocked though.
She thought she was broken up with.
He said,
then the very next time he sees her, he proposes. I'm just saying she might have had a change of heart. He didn't even consider that she could have had a change of heart. So it put her on a public stage.
I agree. But Dorothy, though, said all of that, though. She said, one, love doesn't disappear in an instant. She said anything about William, but it goes the same for Peggy. She also says he didn't say it was over. He was in shock.
What does this have to do? Why are you bringing up Dorothy? Because what she said doesn't really matter. I'm talking about what Peggy thought and what Peggy was feeling.
But Peggy listened to her mother's advice, and those words were said out loud. And Peggy's response to her mother was, I hope you're right. I wish I could believe you.
I wish I could believe you is not I hope you're right. I wish I could believe you means I don't believe you.
I guess.
Come on, be real and be fair. Just because you like Dr. K better than you like Dashiell doesn't make the move any less controlling other people's ability to react. And that is what both of those men did. And I'm saying you're giving one a free pass and the other one you're indicting. And I'm saying, hey, that wasn't really all that different. And in both cases, Peggy and Marion, while we were very happy for Peggy and we wanted that to go through, so we were okay with it, at the same time, like, she was in a position where she couldn't say no. Really? Not without making a giant scene and ruining a whole bunch of other stuff, you know? So that's all I'm saying. You could take it that way, okay? If there's a percentage of our listeners who want to take it that way, y'all can. Of course we can take it as a huge romantic gesture because we love this couple and we want them to be together, and that's the way most of us are going to look at it.
How about this context?
It would be fair.
How about this context? The fact that William doesn't just go onto the dance floor and propose to Peggy, that he takes the minute to stop and pull Arthur aside, which Peggy witnesses, which Dorothy witnesses, which everyone sees, and has that conversation. And then Arthur comes back and gives a very pronounced nod to Dorothy. And then, but I don't know if Peggy sees that or not, because I think she's dancing with that other gentleman at that point. In context, in 1884, once the conversation is had with Arthur, isn't it essentially like, I'm going to propose to her? And whether it's public or not, the deal was done. I think maybe it would have been, I think maybe I would even feel different, and maybe even I would agree with you more had he just walked in after not having spoken to her. But I feel like the airing of grievances with Arthur there and the conversation there bridges that gap.
Okay, I think everybody who's listening to us knows exactly what I could say next to you, which is, what does Arthur have to do with Peggy
in 1884?
And William?
In 1884, I think a lot. I think a lot because if
I am
Arthur
speaking of Marion and Peggy when I'm speaking of the women. I'm speaking about the ones receiving the proposal, and neither of them had a private proposal in a way that they could deal with. They had to react in a certain way. Peggy was happy to react in a certain way.
I guess. Okay, it is the same, because I guess Dashiell did talk to Agnes, right? I guess it was the same, but
it was.
But it's different in my heart. So
I know, because you like Dr. K more than you like Dashiell. I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
It's not about me. Peggy likes William. Peggy wants to marry William. Marion never wanted to. It doesn't. Neither of them proposed to me.
I don't know. There was a point that I feel like Marion was trying everything with Dashiell. Like, I mean, that wasn't like they were doing something positive for a small period of time, whatever that was. I mean, she was getting something out of being with Dashiell for a small period of time. Things got wonky as soon as he started saying the stuff about calling her, you know.
Right, because he
the
wooed,
dead wife's
coming
name
off of Mr. Rakes,
and
he did
stuff.
the wooing in Newport at the tennis club and stuff.
Yeah. So it wasn't all negative or forceful or anything.
Yeah, but by
like
the time that proposal came along, though, I think Marion was definitely off of the Dashiell train.
1,000
But a
billion
deal had
%.
been done, though, between Dashiell and Agnes, though.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, a kind of deal was done with Duke and Bertha. You know, promises were implied, if not explicitly said.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, hey, I just want to throw it out there that, like, this was very similar, but we're taking it in different ways. And that's okay because, hey, the facts matter, right? Our emotions matter, and who these two people are in front of us matter. And this feels good. Dr. K and Peggy seem like a good match.
Question.
They really do.
So are you against public proposals just as a matter of cause because of this? Because I never really thought about it. You're making a good point, and I see your point. And I agree with it because the Dashiell Marion thing I was vociferously against.
So did I actually change your opinion there in that moment, or because you started off by saying you absolutely disagree with me? So
I do disagree with you because I do think the emotions matter. I think these two understood that they were supposed to get married, but I agree the agency is missing to an extent. Because you are backing her. Peggy's never going to get down on one knee and propose to William in that public setting, which makes him feel like he has to accept or not. I agree with that. I think the emotions make it a different situation.
Maybe this is somebody who's done proposals before and somebody who's received a proposal before. Maybe we have two differing points of view. Because you're a person who has proposed to somebody, and I'm somebody who's been proposed to, but you haven't, and so you don't know what that's like, and you don't know what it feels like.
But I also didn't do any kind of proposal in front of a ballroom of people, so I guess in theory. But here's the thing: I wouldn't have. I was 99.9% sure that it was going. I wouldn't have proposed otherwise if I didn't think she was sure of it, like I was. Had we not discussed it, which we don't know if these two had discussed it. I mean, we started off this conversation by saying Peggy and Dorothy thought he was coming there to propose because of how they were acting. I don't remember the exact words, but that was definitely the tone.
They were giving that like, woo! They were like laughing and tittering about it.
So maybe there had been a conversation, and that's which we didn't see off screen. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, it's possible. Well, you asked me the question about, am I against public proposals? No, I'm not. And especially these days is completely different than the society that we're talking about then. And actually, as much as we keep saying like 2025 lens, I actually saw an interview with Lord Fellows and Sonia Warfield, and they cautioned against using the 2025 lens. They said, if you are saying anything like that, then you are ignoring the historical context of this show and you're on the wrong track. So I'm going to pull back on that and say, okay, hold on now. I'm not in the same societal situation as Peggy and Marion and everybody is in the show. So for me, if I had a public proposal, I don't have the same pressure from society. You know, but let me ask you this. Have you ever seen one of those kiss cam proposals where the girl says no?
Those. Yes.
No, where the girl says no.
Yeah.
What does everyone think about that situation? Cool, or that was horrible?
I think they all think he's a loser.
I think they also maybe think she's a jerk because she embarrassed him in front of the whole world.
I've
because
never
when
thought
you make
that.
it public,
I've never thought that. If
we're
someone,
two different points of view. I'm the receiver, you're the giver.
Right. No,
we have two different things.
Right. But if someone's being proposed to and being proposed to in that way, and says no. There is an issue in that relationship. Because even if it's a 50-50 call, you still smile and you're overjoyed and the emotion and the moment carry you to a yes, even if you have regret later. But if you're at the point where you can actually say no in that situation, man, he should not have proposed. Either he didn't understand, he's in a different relationship than the girl, or he's trying to force her hand because he thinks she may say no.
Oh, so doing something publicly might force the hand of someone? Where'd I just hear that?
I didn't say it wouldn't, and it was very much what the Dashiell Marion situation was. But intent matters there, though. The guys who do it, because plenty of those kiss cam things, the girl is overjoyed, which you would think that relationship, he understood or she understood that they were going to get married, and this is how he proposed to do it.
Okay.
The intent matters for me, I guess.
Okay, but here's the deal, and here's where I really want to leave this, and I don't need to have the last word on it, but I need to simplify this down.
Ready to move on.
I'm not talking about William doing this to Peggy the same way that Dashiell did it to Marion. I said William did it to hold his mother back from having a fit. Now, I understand that you're saying the father did it. The father is at a fundraiser for his own church. He's not going to let his wife say or do anything to ruin what's going on for his business. This is business for him, okay? So you got to put that to the side. What I am saying is that we cannot crown William the king of being so bold and so brash and so brave when really he hogtied his mother by doing it in public. And that is my point. Not that he did it to Peggy, because that isn't the important part right that moment. What I'm talking about is he held her back by doing it in public. It is not 1-for-1 for Dashiell, but I'm just saying that whole thing you could classify as being a coward for his mother.
I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying.
I know, I see what you're saying. The listeners, what
All
do
right,
you
moving
think?
on.
What do you think? Let us know. We're just about there, guys. All right. We have the Van Ryns, which here, actually, other than Larian, which we've already discussed, the Van Ryns are, pretty easy wrap up. So as a general matter, I really just want to talk about Ada. I want to talk about Agnes. Obviously, Agnes finally figures out what Miss Foster is looking for from her. She doesn't want Agnes's money. She wants Agnes's name. She wants her to become the vice president of the New York Heritage Society, an extreme achievement for someone who thought she was being culled from society to this is an important position as the New York Heritage Society is getting ready to celebrate the city's heritage. In 15 years from now or 14 years from now, the city of New York as we know it today would be incorporated. It's an important time for New York City and to celebrate its history. And so for Agnes, as a descendant of Robert Livingston in the area, it's a big honor for her. I think because of that, and because Ada had maybe known about it and actually is the one who invited Mrs. Foster over once again to speak to her, she literally gives the head of the table to Ada. So that table's set. And the fact that we see Ada up in Newport, she's wearing this beautiful blue and white colors, no mourning, she's fully out of her mourning clothes now. With all of that said and done, what kind of arc did Ada and Agnes have this season? Did they have an arc at all this season? And are you happy with it when it's all said and done?
Yes, they did have arcs, for sure. They definitely did, both of them. I am glad that they maintained Agnes's dignity. We talked about that before. And giving her a reason to feel like you are worth something beyond your money. There's something more to you, your family, your history, your expertise about your family and your history is valuable and important, and we want to celebrate that, and we don't just need you for your money. And that has been a game that Agnes has been playing, whether it's not you need to marry someone for money, you need to do this for money, we need to protect this for money. A lot of talk has been for money, and they stripped that back and were like, you're still a valuable contributing member of society without writing a check. And I think that is a shocking revelation for Agnes. And obviously we spent all season where she was trying to hide, thinking it was about money. I thought it was a beautiful way of telling a woman who I think for probably her entire life has thought her value lay in bringing more money to her family or retaining the money that the family already had. And now they stripped all of that away and said, you are a valuable person just for being who you are. That's pretty amazing. And I think that that's a great message. For Ada, love the growth in terms of her finally feeling like she could mourn Luke properly, do everything she felt like she needed to do, including some, questionable actions about trying to, reach him from beyond the grave and all that.
We shake our fist at you, Madame Deshkova. We shake our fist at you.
She needed to go through that process, though, to come out the other side, being able to give good advice to Marion, which has kind of been her main role now when it comes to the bigger storylines. She's really more of a mentor. I think that was great that she was able to now come out of that. Seeing her wearing, the beautiful blue that she was wearing in this episode was so lovely. To not see her in black the whole season, that was great. And I think she finally showed that she has the poise and the ability to know when to say something and know when to hold back a little bit by the end of the season. Like the fact that she did inquire about the Heritage Society and she did have a pretty good idea of what was going to be said to Agnes, but she kept it to herself. That's like a level of sophistication we haven't seen out of Ada, where she like kept it back and let everything be revealed to Agnes in good time by the proper people. I think that actually showed some restraint that Ada hadn't really had before, because she didn't really have any role to have that information. So I think she did a really good job with all of that. I really thought her arc overall with Jack and how she had to finally take over the reins and be like, you know what, I'm going to have to do this. And she didn't blow her own horn about it. After the fact, she didn't tell everybody that she had that sit down with Jack. She handled house business quietly, respectfully, and kept it to herself. Again, not an Ada we've seen before. So I thought they did a beautiful job. And honestly, the relationship between the sisters, which could have fractured and been terrible and created like a huge divide that could be never gotten over, they found their new positions with one another, and they were able to coexist and even acknowledge each other as where their contributions were now to the household in a positive way. And nobody had to feel like they were odd man out anymore. That's a pretty beautiful ending for that group.
I agree with all that. Just to add on a little bit, I feel like Ada really earned that head of the table seat in this episode. I don't think when I was giving the lowdown, I think I said Agnes handed her the head of the table, but she didn't. Ada earned it, and Agnes just had the grace to understand that and admit when her sister really had ascended to leading the family. I think the Jack, how she handled Jack and then not crowing about it when she had every opportunity to. Agnes literally opened the door for her to take credit for it, and she didn't. I think was a real turning point for her in handling the family business. I think the Heritage Society and getting her back there, but keeping her visible finger off of the wheel, so to speak, was important. I think her advice to Marion, and really not even advice so much as actually really just being a sounding board so often this season for Marion to vent to and to say aloud the things that were upsetting her or worrying her about Larry. She didn't give great advice a lot in those conversations other than the spinster offense that Marion did.
I was going to say, that moment was actually really poignant, though. It was really
powerful
important.
And it was poignant. And it was important for Marion to hear, but it was important for Ada to acknowledge it, though, too. Because she is in such a unique spot of a spinster for so much of her life, and then this brief, shining, gorgeous, wonderful, lovely moment of love with Luke that was too short, showed her what a difference that kind of love can make in someone's life. The last thing is, and it relates to the sisters, I agree with you. I think at the end of this, I think their relationship was the most beautiful thing for me for the two of them this season, because when Ada realizes Madame Deshkova had been conning her, Agnes doesn't say, "I told you so." She hugs her and says, "Luke is always with you because you carry him in his heart." And that is what Ada needed to hear at that moment. And tonight, Agnes was still carrying on with Marion, breaking up the engagement. And she says to Ada, "You don't marry a man, you marry a way of life. Marion deserves a wealthy, old money family." And Ada has to remind Agnes that Agnes had one of those proper society marriages. And look how that turned out. And Agnes actually admits it loud that she really doesn't remember most of it. And it's after that, Agnes says to Marion, "You need to go to Larry and try and fix this. He is the person you should be with." That's a huge turnaround that I don't think anyone could. That's a statement Agnes makes to Marion that I don't think anyone in Vegas had odds on would come out of her mouth. It leads Oscar to sass, "Are you admitting you're wrong, Mama? Have you ever admitted that you're wrong?" And she says no. But that's her version.
I love how she says no.
But that's her version of saying I was wrong about it. But that is only put in motion because of Ada's advice to her. So these sisters are really giving each other important, useful, loving advice when they need it most. I think there are arcs at the end, and I was very hard on Ada for the first half of the season, very hard on her. And I think they have done such a good job over the course of the 8 hours of taking her from mourning and weak and weepy to quietly powerful and ready for what comes next for her. I think the last thing we have to talk about is Oscar and Turner, which is perfect because they are really set these two birds up for season 4, which will lead us perfect to a discussion of our predictions for season 4. Let's listen to the plan Oscar hatches.
Are you pleased to be here?
I should have known you were the one person who could deliver it.
No, I can do much more than that if you'll let me.
I will let you, because it's such a relief to talk to a man who knows the truth about me. There's no need for pretense.
You know, we could take this further.
What do you mean?
Do you have anywhere outside New York?
I've got a house on the Hudson, but it's quite modest.
I have a cottage, too. We'd agree not to visit the other's place without an invitation. But in the city, we'd be a pair. A fighting pair.
All this is if...
If we marry. With your money and my connections, we'd have the whole world at our feet. What do you say?
I say, come to luncheon when we get back to New York.
Is this the perfect lavender marriage plan? Are you excited for this pairing, this fighting pair in season 4?
I don't know, because I love Oscar and the way that he acts, exactly how he acts now. Like, his flopping around on the couch is like one of my very favorite things. I know is yours too. Every single time when there's a scene, I'm always like, look at Oscar, look at Oscar, look at Oscar.
Not only
like,
flooped and flopped on the couch this episode, but also then with a pumpkin on his chest.
Yeah, I like how he like lays across.
Double. Yeah,
all he does is keep his feet off. He keeps his shoes off, which of the couch. Like, he doesn't take his shoes off, but he doesn't put them on. Right, he doesn't put them on the fabric, which I appreciate. Okay, so what do I think about Oscar and Turner? My concern is going. Let's rewind all the way back to when we said Bertha brings out the worst in people. My very big concern is, are these two birds going to bring out the very worst in each other? The worst conniving bullshit out of Turner. Hello, you guys, remember season 1. Nudity, George, Turner. Remember, please. If you don't, go back, watch. She was a conniving woman. Oscar, on the other hand, through the love of John Adams, kind of came to be a pretty upstanding citizen in a lot of ways. You know, was hopefully not going to get involved in a lot of like kind of bullshit deals or in kind of corruption or anything like that. But adding Turner to the mix kind of feels like we're definitely going to get some sort of questionable business dealings. We're going to have some underhanded business. We're going to be playing tricks on people in a variety of ways, even if it's just hiding Turner's identity. Lots of stuff is going to have to go on between these two in order to make this look okay. And all of those things involve probably lying, cheating, doing stuff behind people's backs, whatnot. So, well, that's going to be fun to watch, and it's fun because I think that the actor that plays Oscar Blake is fantastic, and I love him. He's kind of the most fun when he plays a little dirty, I think, but he just kind of just made himself such like an upstanding citizen. Like, he's a homeowner now. He's got his own business. Like, he's kind of on the up and up, and now I'm like, oh, you just made a deal with the devil. So what did you just do?
Well, the hope is right that Oscar raises Turner up. Right. Not that Turner lowers Oscar down.
Yeah, but shoot, does it ever work that way?
No, of course not.
Part,
there's some hints here. So I feel like they have done a thing with Turner, and she just really appeared in the last couple of episodes, beginning at the wedding, after not being in the season at all, I don't think, until that point. And with Joshua dying, with Mr. Winterton dying, I feel like she is more mellow now, older and or more mellow now. But of course, that's just how she is now. Because
she's not as desperate because she has money.
She has all the money and not the old man, and some status, right?
Right. So she doesn't have to be as grimy because she's got some money now, but I think you can't change the leopard spots, right?
Exactly. So mellow now,
right?
Right, because the offer that Oscar makes her is really a perfect plan. Your money, my connections, separate cottages in the country for our dalliances, and a fighting pair in the city. It's a few words that really does set forth a potentially wonderful the Boris and Natasha level shenanigans, for season 4. I'm kind of excited to see it. I think I like these two a lot. It was interesting because of Turner's identity somehow still being hidden. There's actually several references to that. Turner says to Oscar, I like you being around because you're like the one man anyway, I can be myself around because you know who I am, so I don't have to put on airs. And Bertha says to Turner, given who she is and what she knows about me and her past, Bertha kind of has to play ball a little bit. Now, Oscar, I didn't play that clip, but Oscar horse trades, right? He's going to do what he can to try and guilt Marion to going to the ball because now Bertha very much wants Marion to go to the ball. In exchange for that, Bertha agrees to invite Mrs. Turner, which, she says, I thought she would be free of her now that Mr. Winterton died. Are you surprised that she was so interested now of getting Marion to the ball that she's willing to make that deal with Oscar, or is it just plot convenience? We need this to happen because we have to set up season 4 somehow.
I kind of think that this was always on the table at some level because, we knew that Mrs. Turner was going to have to find another way in, right after Joshua passing. We knew that. So I don't know. I'm curious actually, maybe how long the writers had this as a possibility. But by killing off both Joshua and John Adams, you created this situation with these two dangling loose ends, where it does make sense to tie them together and say okay, well, what if we pair these two off and see what happens? It works.
Rough season for Jay named Richmond. Now you're laying out Joshua and John there. Yeah, I think this has a lot of potential to be very fun shenanigans. I hope it doesn't ruin the Oscar that I think a lot of the fans love, nor the empathy that we built up for him with John and how he was died, and then John breaking his heart all over again by leaving him the house and money and pictures of him and really showing after death how much he actually loved Oscar. It would be sad for Oscar to backpedal in character development.
I would like to say that it is very nerve-wracking for me that George is unhappy in his marriage and Mrs. Turner currently is single and sniffing around, because that could be a real bad situation for Bertha if Turner decides to pull her nudity act again and come on to George at some point. That could be really bad biz.
If he gets with her, I think it'll be complete character assassination for George.
Well, it happens.
Because George was not turned on or titillated by her in any way. When she snuck into his bed, there wasn't an aspect of George that was like, well, maybe I can get away with this. No, it was immediately get at what are you doing?
Yeah, but think of how strong Bertha and him were then, and think of how bad they are now.
Love doesn't disappear instantly, Caroline. Dorothy said
but hate grows fast. Hate grows fast, and disgust even faster.
Ask me if you think I'm unhappy about a possible addiction storyline. Ask me how excited I am for a Turner sleeps with George storyline next season.
Well,
not
I don't
happy.
Need to. I think we already know.
Real freaking unhappy if that's how we go.
I'm just saying. I mean, the cards are there. I mean, like I'm over here. I'm being Madam Caroline over here. And I'm just saying the cards are laid out as they are. We've got a pissed off, somewhat drug-addled George over here who's pissed at Bertha and would love to teach her a lesson. And over here, we've got Turner who would love to teach Bertha a lesson. And I don't know. I mean, these two, they might start up on something, and Oscar's going to look the other way. There's he's not going to call anybody anything.
The rules were set here. You just take George up to your pied-à-terre in the country. And I'll be in Livingston Manor in mine overlooking Hunter Lake, which is really a beautiful area. The only other person that we haven't talked about, or two people we haven't talked about, is Jack Trotter, Master of the House. I don't want to spend a terrible amount of time here, but what did you think of Bridget coming? What did you think of the sentiment where Bridget's like, I'm a servant, and Jack has to say, not in this house. In this house, you're a guest of the master, and it feels very safe with you here. Obviously, these two seem like they belong together much better than Jack and Adelheid. But the question is, do we think this continues with the storyline next season? Does Bridget become a lady of the house and leave the basement? Or is this a dalliance destined to fail?
I don't see any real impediment to them being together. I can't see any place where that would actually be any type of problem at all. It would be natural for him to continue to invite her over for dinner and for them to continue this into something more. They don't have parents or anybody hanging around being like, you need chaperones and you need proper wooing and you need to do all this. So they can really just have dinner calmly, nicely at home together anytime they want. I would be okay with them pursuing this.
She would have to leave. Wouldn't she have to leave?
Yes, of course.
If they get married, she can't be a lady's maid and also Jack's wife in this.
But that's okay. I mean, that part is just, that's like a 2-second conversation that has to happen. But the rest of it, like, do I think that they're good together? Yes. Do I think that, it's saying things like, you make things feel safe. You kind of the idea that she is like bringing home, this feeling of home to the house. I feel like there's a lot there that they could work with, but I don't know that the audience wants to see that romance. I'm going to be honest with you. And I don't know, unless they're going to explore about like, how do these new money people, like, could Jack and Bridget become George and Bertha? I don't know. Maybe. And so there is like a conversation there that could be had about, how did you break into society? Maybe that gives us an opportunity to find out a little bit more about how Bertha and George went from nobodies to somebodies.
3 years ago, remember what Alina says to Ward at the wedding? Imagine 3 years ago, we didn't even know who Bertha Russell was.
So if we end up a year or 18 months or something to the next season, and we have a time jump of any sort, well, Jack and Bridget could have made it pretty far and actually could be like 3 years into their like having some money. So I would be okay, I guess, if we're going to explore the side of how do you bust into society. Just sitting around talking about their love affair or them being like, I love you and I love you. And no. I don't need to see Bridget and Jack doing that.
If Jack is the metaphor is Lord Fellows' metaphor for the birth of the American dream, which begins at this point in American history, then Jack's story wouldn't be done yet. But at the same time, Jack had his full arc. He made the clock. He had an idea for a clock. He made the clock. He sold the clock. He got rich off of the clock. And now he has the girl that he's kind of secretly maybe been in love with all the time. Remember when they went to the picture show back in season 1? And I think he says something in that scene to her along the lines of like, I'll always look out for you or I'll always take care of you. So maybe we have had our full season moment. I think it's very possible season 4 begins and these two are off the show with a line of Bridget left 6 months later and they got married and moved and they're touring clock factories in Europe, or they're married and maybe have a kid on the way, and maybe they are at the beginning part of amassing wealth and breaking into society. I think either one is very possible. It all comes down to how trim does this cast get in season 4, which, with that being said, are you ready to talk about some season 4 predictions or questions or unresolved things that we need to be resolved?
I am ready.
All right. We got to talk about George and Bertha. Biggest albatross, I think, as this episode closes is, what do you think they do with these two?
Okay. So in the last couple of days, Lord Fellows and Sonia Warfield have sat down and done a bunch of interviews. In that time, they have addressed specifically why George behaved the way he did at the very end of this season. And I'm not going to say it verbatim, but I'm going to summarize it. Basically, the concept was that George felt like Bertha manipulated him to the point of him no longer following his instincts. And that was the wording, not following his instincts. And that combined with the near-death experience that he had with the gunshot made him like so concerned about how like his core beliefs, his core instinct, he was led astray from that that's what the deal is. Now, I guess my question is, I throw to you, can somebody overcome that? Can you feel like someone manipulated you so hard that you abandoned the way that you think, the way that your emotions go, how you act, everything about you changed. Can you come back from that?
Yes, but you have to admit to yourself that that's just a crutch you're telling yourself. George is too strong a person and character and personality to really lay what happened and his role in what happened at his wife's feet. And I said this earlier in this episode when we were talking about them. When he says, and you walked her down the aisle, and she says, and you walked her down the aisle, and he says, that's what I can't forgive. That's a you problem, George. Bertha doesn't regret, and look at your daughter now. She doesn't regret the decision. And, I mean, it's the headline that we have to maybe discuss. It's an ends justify the means conversation of, was Bertha right after all? And if she was all of this worth it? But that's a separate conversation. George has to work on himself if these two are going to reconcile. Because he walked her down the aisle. He said, in 10 minutes, I'll go to the church. I'll say you're not going to come. He said to her with a straight face somehow, if you had only complained or thought that you didn't want to marry him when I first returned from Morenci, I would have interfered. Come on, George. The girl, given the agency she had, could not have protested more. She ran away to literally get away from it. What are you doing? You're just soothing your own ego, George. So this is a George problem. George needs to put on his big boy pants if he wants to stay married and do the work on himself and get to a point of being able to forgive himself and identify what part of him failed in order for them to get forward. Because remember, it wasn't in previous seasons, Bertha would manipulate George into doing what she wanted, and then she would lay on his lap, and then the camera would pan away as they went to bed. Not this season. He wasn't so manipulated and drawn in to deny his instincts that he didn't refuse her womanly wiles, I think, twice this season. Mm-hmm. So where are we drawing the line on where you were hoodwinked, where your instincts were denied? Your instincts were good enough to know that she was trying to manipulate you into sexing you into agreement, and you denied her. It's a very weak sauce argument to me. But very typical of the men on this show, not taking accountability.
Be clear. This is not my interpretation nor yours. I'm telling you what Lord Fellows said George feels. Okay. And why they wrote it the way they wrote it.
If I'm George's therapist, I'm telling George, this is a you problem, George. I'm not, I agree with Lord Fellows. I think that's exactly how George is acting. But I'm telling George he's full of shit.
Is George right then to say, I'm no good when I'm with you? I can't trust myself and my own behavior when I'm with you. So the end result is the same. I don't have to necessarily blame you, but I don't want to be with you. Yeah. Because if I'm with you, I have to wonder if I'm actually listening to my own compass, my internal guide. Because somehow when I'm with you, your pushing and your planning makes me act a certain way. So you don't have to deny what it is. You don't have to disagree with him. You don't have to say he's a coward or a jerk or anything like that. He can say, being around this person makes me act like someone I don't like who I am. And so therefore, I now have a problem being in this marriage. That part, to me, actually doesn't seem like blaming Bertha per se, as much as saying, I don't like who I am when I'm with you. And that, to me, is not actually blaming her as much as saying, I don't know, I can't control how I'm acting, and I don't like that. And so in order to be my true self, I can't be with you. That doesn't seem like bullshit to me.
No, I agree. I'm sorry. I was taking this to the point of view of if we're going to try and get these two to reconcile. These two, if we're doing it is you bring out the worst in me, then these two probably shouldn't be together, because that's a core of who they are, right? Bertha is who she is. in the same way George is who he is. It's the, I'm ruthless in business, you're ruthless with the ones you love. She objected to that version of it. She said she's ruthless on behalf of the ones you love. I don't know which of them is right, but if that's where they're at, they're talking about who they are at their cores. And that maybe, in fact, they're not compatible. Remember George tried to sell Bertha, why can't Gladys have a love match? You and I loved each other. And Bertha said, we didn't love each other. We were compatible. Well, she didn't say we didn't love each other. She said, George, we were a compatible match. I married you because we were compatible. She never actually uses the word love in that conversation.
No, not at all.
So maybe they're not compatible now, as it turns out. And so if it really is, you make me the worst version of myself, and that's me being who I am and you being who you are, then maybe they shouldn't be together. But if they want to reconcile, George needs to take accountability for the decisions that he made.
So let's talk about this for just a hot second. And because this is a podcast and we're two actual people in the real world, and we do talk about that side of ourselves, I would say I have been in situations where I thought I was acting authentically myself. But when I look back, I realized that the company I was surrounding myself with created a sort of a different value system for me. And I ended up doing things and saying things and acting in certain ways that actually were not really true to myself. But I got caught up in a situation. Maybe time just went by and it seemed like, well, I've been here for so long. I guess this is what I'm doing. I think you can say the same thing, that you've been in spots where people have changed you, who you are. And when you look back, you look at yourself and you say, I didn't even recognize myself. Now, on one hand, yeah, you can say, well, that's all my fault. I let that happen. I was in a situation and I didn't get out, or I didn't speak up for myself enough. Okay, that's fine. But also, do you want to keep hanging out with those people? And do you want to keep being in that spot? You don't put any amount of responsibility on those other people as like the impact that they had on you and the negative effects, because that's where I'm saying Bertha has responsibility too. And George, in looking back, realizing I don't like how I behaved, I think that's very universal. I think there's a lot of us who've said like, shit, I acted that way because my group of friends were acting so stupid, or I did that because I was in that relationship, or I did, whatever it was, or even my parents maybe said or did something that made me feel a certain way. And I acted a way that when I look back, I think, God, why did I say that or do that? So what do you think about that aspect? Like, how can these two get back together when George feels like he was so foreign to his own self? Is it like the bell's already been rung in terms of like, well, Gladys is already married. Like, there's not another daughter here. We can't redo this.
There's a Larry. I mean, which
no,
but
I know,
George
but she's not acting the same way with Larry as she was. So, but I mean, like, if you can't undo it, and really Gladys and Hector don't seem to want to undo it at this point, what do we do? How do we move forward?
I'm not trying to lay this all at George's feet. I don't like how Bertha acted in this season. We have only known Bertha for 2 years in show and 3 seasons of a television show. I'm hard pressed to say Bertha has changed how she acted at any point, whether it was trying to get a charity function going, get an opera house built, or get her daughter married. I think Bertha has been a very consistent character. I think George has been an erratic character. So what part of Bertha is it fair to say to Bertha, you have to change? She's who she was 3 years ago. So if they're going to be together, George has to get to a place where he is okay with himself and with Bertha, who she is. Bertha is fine with who she is, and she's fine with who George is. She says that very clearly this evening. I know what I want. I want us. I don't see a problem. She's very blindsided by this. George is the one who's acting differently. George is the one who has the issue, whether it's his own internal issue, or it's his issue with himself when he's around Bertha, or his issue is with Bertha. That it used to work for him, but now it's gotten too close to home how she behaves, and now he's not okay with it. But I asked George, when you need someone to sweet talk Merrick, who are you going to call? When you need someone to schmooze society to get a business deal to go through, who are you going to call?
I'm going to guess his new wife.
She's not going to do it the way Bertha. She's not going to get it done like Bertha.
Maybe, but maybe he doesn't want to do things the way Bertha did it. No. I mean, it hasn't turned out the way George wanted.
Once, but it turned out plenty of times in earlier seasons with her help.
He doesn't seem to care about that history, though. That's not, that hasn't been brought up a whole bunch,
again,
you know?
That's a George issue, though. We talked about this when the Merrick dinner happened. And I think the consensus you and I had was Bertha did what Bertha was told to do and didn't act improperly there. George had an issue with it. George had the jealousy problem with it. George is the one saying, I don't like who I am with you.
Yeah, so doesn't he have the freedom to move on?
Yeah. I'm saying,
so then what are you arguing? I'm so confused. What are you arguing right now?
I'm saying if they're going to reconcile, George is the one who has to change. He's the one who has to come to grips with how things are. And I see him using as an excuse, if they're going to take the reconcile, Bertha didn't change how Bertha behaved. So George has to decide that he loves Bertha as she is and wants to continue to be there. But if it's true that he doesn't like who he is when he's around Bertha, and she brings out a bad side of him or makes him question his business and makes him make bad things, then they shouldn't be together. That feels more realistic for where this ends. But I like these two together. I like these two together, so I want George to do some good introspection because I think he's acting. I think they have real concerns that good communication should be able to work out, where no one has to change who they are, but you make accommodations for how you behave when someone says this upsets me. There's a lack of communication between these two. He's just giving kind of lashing out, and she's like, I don't know what I did wrong. Like, our daughter's pregnant and happy. What did I do wrong? Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of people, I mean, some people are always okay with the ends justify the means. And there are other people who the means matter very much, no matter what the ends are. And it seems like we're at that post. So I think I agree with, if your position is these two probably shouldn't be together, if George feels, if his authentic self feels this way, yeah, I agree. They probably should not be together. But if they're going to do a reconciliation, the realistic part is that George has to learn to be okay with how things are and how they have always been. She's going to behave a way at a dinner where you're trying to woo a man to come to your business table. You gotta be okay with that, because that's what you asked her to do. He was not okay with it this season. He had previously been okay with it. Mm-hmm. People change, though, too. I was married. I am no longer married. I was married for a long time. I was with my first wife in a relationship and marriage for a long time. We were very young when we met, and we were much older when we got divorced. And it wasn't because of one particular thing, but at the end of the day, we were different people when we were, in our early 20s than when we were in our 30s. Because people do change, they evolve, they mature, especially when you're so young. And I wasn't okay with who I was, and I wasn't okay with how things were. I don't think she was either. And it was better to go our separate ways than trying to fit round pegs into square holes. Because we had grown and evolved and matured into who we were. So we parted, and that's fine. But we have to be okay with that, though, right? I mean, I guess that's the point. Is if that's real and authentic, then we have to be okay with them not being together.
And I think I'm to the point now at this point, and listening to the, feeling like it really went against everything who he was, and it created a betrayal that he will never get over. That it doesn't really, I think you're 100% right when you got down to the ends justify the means versus the means matter. This is the crux of the debate. Is it okay that she's happy now? Is it okay that she's happy and pregnant and cool with her husband now? Or was all those episodes we watched of her crying and complaining and whining and coming behind him and begging and everything, was all that more important and worse? And now he's in a spot where he just feels like he forced her hand, and that you can never ever undo it. what's happened now. And that becomes unforgivable for him.
Yeah. Yeah. And really, I think that's right. I think if that is unforgivable, it's kind of like insurmountable. If you can't get to surmounting, or you can't get to forgivable from insurmountable or unforgivable, then you got to move on.
I think so. So I don't know. So going into prediction for season 4, I don't know how the Russells get past. If this is the reason given by the writers and the creator, I don't know how you get by that. There has to be something. And actually, in a lot of ways, there's wisdom in television shows a lot of times where, you know what, I get some healing through it. Whether I like Somebody Somewhere, that's one of my fave shows, and there's like a lot of healing in there. There's a lot of like reflection and thinking and looking how you treat other people and stuff. If they find a way on this show to show how a relationship can get over this, I will be interested to see, because I can't see that. I have not had enough therapy to know how you get past something so huge in a relationship. So I'm curious how they will do this. But at this point, with these two Russells we have, I don't see how they're moving forward.
See, my prediction is that they do reconcile. That's why I should have started with that. The reason I went on the long tangent I did is because my guess is that they don't divorce them. And my guess is that they do bring them back together. Whether it's because he is addicted and she has to come and nurse him to put him back on track in good, clean health, or whatever it is. So my guess is they do reconcile them. And I'm saying, as a viewer who wants to watch some kind of authentic depiction, that's where I was coming from on there's work that has to be done in this relationship if they're going to authentically reconcile them. So,
for certainty.
Which I don't know if they're going to do. For me, the worst outcome would be they reconcile them just by waving the wand, because she nightingales him. If she nightingales him through his addiction, which I don't want to be a storyline, and then he's like, "Oh my God, I've always loved you," and I'm totes cool with all season 3. I'm gonna spank my fanny with a flip flop or something. I'm gonna be upset. So.
Oh my. Okay.
Larian, what's your guess with Marion and Larry? Because this episode ends
my
very
guess
much
or my
of,
desire, because we're saying two
tomorrow.
different things. Are we guessing, or or what do we desire?
It's both.
All right. Well, I don't want them together anymore. I don't think that these two belong together anymore. I think that they do bring out the worst in each other. I think Marion's got to deal with some of this baggage. She's got to figure out what she wants and what she thinks where in society she fits in, which she hasn't figured that out yet. So I think that is worth it to have a storyline for her to figure out how to fit in the world, maybe without a guy. And does she have any potential to be able to do that? Now, here's the reality of 1884. Probably she has no chance of fitting in society without a man. So she might figure that part out. Like, my hands are tied and I really have to do this. I have to find somebody. I don't think that it's Larry anymore, unfortunately. And that's kind of both my wish and my prediction.
My wish is for them not to be together either. My prediction is that they begin the season, maybe still friends, right? That's like the whole, like, we're not solving it tonight, so let's just dance. And they revert maybe to a more season 2 kind of relationship. But that she spends time on her own, but then does meet a guy, which causes a jealousy thing, which causes Larry to mature, or at least on its face mature, and that they do find their way back to each other at the end of next season.
Okay, I like it.
The reality is also, in addition to in 1884, she probably can't break into society without a man, but also she's increasingly getting older in an 1884 society. You know, you talk about life expectancy all the time. She's on the wrong side of her age for women in society at this point to find a suitable, quote unquote, suitable match in society. So whatever's going to happen with her has to happen sooner rather than later, or else she is going to be staring down the Ada spinster life, whether she wants to or not. Gladys and the Duke. There's reasons. So Adelheid, one thing I don't think we touched upon is we learn Adelheid is going to return to England with Gladys in this episode when they go back after the ball or whatever. Curious how long they stay in New York now with her pregnant. Is she going to be pregnant in New York, or is she going to travel back to England for her pregnancy? Let's say she goes back to England. Adelheid goes with her. Does another lady's maid leaving the show or going off of the show regularly from 61st Street, does that lend credence to Gladys and the Duke, A, being off of the show completely, B, being semi-recurring guest actors, or do we add a third permanent location and spend as much time in Sidmouth as we do on 61st Street?
Gosh, I mean, that last choice feels like that pulls us away from like so many characters.
Unless they start taking a lot of friends from the States over.
I'm not sure about that one. It would make a lot of sense for her to want to stay in New York. It's her first baby. Her mom is there. Hector said, I enjoy New York. We can go back there anytime, like that kind of stuff. So them getting a house somewhere in New York, at least maybe just verbally we're told that for a little bit. And I don't know. I kind of feel like when we get back, this baby's already born.
I agree.
In that case, we might find out that they spent a lot of time in New York at first, like during the pregnancy or whatever, but it will depend. I don't know if there was anything during the 1884 that they want to focus on, like some sort of, various illnesses that could affect women and babies at this time, or childbirth in general. I mean, we've heard a lot of horror stories about varying people, the breech baby we heard, and we heard, Peggy passing out in childbirth. Like, we could go that route and try to have like a historical moment where we are using our history notes to show what childbirth would have looked like back then. I don't know where they want to go, or if they have a nugget of something that they want to say, like, this is what happened to like 95% of 1-year-olds. So like, let's make sure that gets in the show, but not sure what that little factoid might be that they want to weave into the show. It wouldn't be crazy to me though, for them to focus on a mom baby storyline somehow.
My guess and prediction is they are a semi-recurring characters next season. I think the baby is born when the season begins. I think if they're going to follow them, because there is such a rich history with the dollar princesses, and, like we talked about a couple of weeks ago, Winston Churchill was the product of a dollar princess marriage from someone tangentially mentioned in this show. Leonie Jerome's older sister was Winston Churchill's mother. There's a rich history to talk about there. And if they're going to continue, I'm very curious if what would maybe be the final season of Gilded Age, season 4, you have this character now kind of happy with a child in England. If this is the time for Lord Fellows to finally cross over and introduce us either to a young Dowager Countess, who would be about the same age probably as Bertha and George in this time frame, maybe a little bit older, or a very young Cora who would be like Gladys's age. They would be kind of peers, though. Shit, Cora would have actually probably been a little bit younger even than Gladys, so maybe she's a mentor to, a young Cora coming across, the pond at that point. I think there's something there that certainly would be great fan service, but there's also the final Downton movie coming out this year. They're really finally saying goodbye to that cast and to that show in a way, I think, unless they do it.
But that would be like an interesting way to resurrect, those characters, right, if you brought in the young versions.
Right. If you're doing a backdoor pilot for a like Degrassi High, the original generation of Downton Abbey, there's something to play with there. So my guess is if they are back in any kind of significant way, that's where they go with it. But otherwise, I think we just get maybe 3-4 episodes tops with them in it, unless they have some kind of significant Sidmouth spin-off kind of storyline to play with. Or crossover, not spin-off, but crossover storyline to go with. I guess the last one really to talk about of note, we talked about Oscar and Turner, so I guess the last one really is just Scotland, as the fans call Peggy and William. Scott and Kirkland, Scotland. Do we get to see their wedding? Is she pregnant when season 4 begins? Are they in Brooklyn, or where are they? Is she working? Is she being the wife that she said she could do it all, or she being the wife that Mrs. Kirkland, prophesied that she's going to be working and doing her life and not taking care of William and the baby, as Mrs. Kirkland said was her role?
Well, so let's talk about that like in a couple different ways. So for one thing, I would feel that their family would be wealthy enough that, especially given that last check from the Russells, that if she was pregnant, which I'm pretty pro that idea, because if you could have Gladys's baby and childbirth and parallel that story with Peggy's experience as a pregnant individual in this time with a newborn or whatever, and you could show the treatment between the two women, you could show the treatment of the babies, you could do, Lord Fellows does a lot of parallel storylines. So that makes a lot of sense to me to write a story like that and really compare and contrast the Black American experience at the time versus this way wealthy white woman experience at the time. You could really show both of those things. I also think that you might actually, and this is a sad thing if this happens, but we might see Peggy grappling not with motherhood, but with the idea of having to put her career on the shelf. So not so much like I'm working so much and I'm not taking care of the kids, although I think a family like this would have a nanny and everything. So, and that would be natural. So I don't know if that's like such a big deal. That's a funny thing about Mrs. Kirkland's argument. Like they had people tending children at her get together and it wasn't the mothers. So, it's kind of bullshit. Like, okay, you're not raising your individual kids by yourselves. So why Peggy have to give up everything and raise her child by herself? That's weird. But then I could see where it would make a lot of sense to have her have to do that. Like, I know that there's like this, women can do it all and women should do it all. But there's also like a line of thinking of like, stop trying to make us do it all, or you can have it all, but you can't have it all at the same time. Meaning like you may need to stop writing for a little bit if you decide you want to throw yourself into being the primary caretaker of a newborn. That may not be, easy to do. So you might find yourself having to like switch roles a lot. Like, well, I can do it for a little bit, but now I'm finding I can't do it. And watching her grapple like with that, like being a mom and trying to have work and all this kind of stuff. That's a very viable story. That's a viable story now in 2025. So I think that's okay. And I would be okay with pushing forward. Although, again, going back to the parallel storylines, I think that showing a wedding in the Black community and whatever that would look like at this time could be great to show in a parallel from a previous season Gladys's wedding. Like, I think that could be nice too. So there's a couple different storylines they could do here, all of which I'm okay with. All of it. I just had a really bad feeling just now that I can't explain, where I was like, Dr. Kirkland better not die. I don't know why I just felt that way, but all of a sudden that just hit my heart and I've got no reason to think that. So if that happens, that's a bold ass prediction that I'm putting out there, I guess, because my heart just said, but what if Dr. Case dies? What does that mean? What does Mrs. Kirkland do? What does Peggy do? What happens next? And we have had a widow storyline with Ada.
Well, I think all the fans of Downton, who loved Matthew and Mary. We don't need a car overturning, like one of the first cars overturning with William behind the wheel racing to Peggy's side.
Anything could happen and it's scary. And why did I just feel that? Oh, I don't like that one bit, but that's how I felt, you guys. And sometimes my bones are right. So, oh no, I'm worried now.
The only thing I want to add on top of what you said, because I agree with it, is I want the wedding because I want the reception, damn it. I still feel cheated that we didn't get to see a Gilded Age delicious, sumptuous reception. I want to see gowns and dancing and food and the band in the little band alcove. God, I want it all. Yeah. I feel mad that we didn't get the reception still, so I definitely want to see a wedding. So, Caroline,
I feel like we hit everybody, Mike.
Season
I feel
3
like
in the books.
Discussed it. Yeah, I really do. I feel like I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I hope that you feel like we dove deep in some areas and we kept it light in others. And I hope that was a good mix for you guys as the listeners. We've gotten really great feedback on our Facebook page, so don't forget about that. If you'd like to come and join us, please do. Remember, it is the Gilded Age fan group HBO series. Come on over and talk with us about this entire 3 seasons. We're discussing everything, everywhere. Everybody's got a lot of opinions and stuff, so please come on over and chat with us. Also, Mike and I, as well as other co-hosts that we have on the Pod Clubhouse network, we've got a lot of other shows that we are covering all over the place, including the whole Yellowstone universe. Mike and I are going to be looking into this sort of book club podcast, plus some TV show action, compare and contrast. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So don't forget about us.
We have a new Pod Clubhouse TikTok that we are just setting up. But the reason we're doing it is because we have actually some great Newport picture footage that we want to share with you in a TikTok setting. So now that the season's over and we have time to focus on that, look for that. I think it's just pod.clubhouse on TikTok. I don't know. I'm still learning TikTok. So I'm working on that and learning the Jonathan Groff dance from Just in Time. That's basically my TikTok exposure
right now. Those are your two busy moments.
This is how I'm spending my day, people. For you, for all of you guys.
This is Caroline.
And this is Mike. One more time, thank you for listening to New Money, Old Rules, the Gilded Age Podcast. If you wouldn't mind heading over to Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, Pocket Cast podcast, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and rate, review, and subscribe. While you're there, if you could leave us a 5-star review, we would love to hear it. It really helps in promotion of the show. Because of you guys listening, we are in the top 50 of podcasts of all TV and film podcasts in the United States. That is a huge, tremendous achievement. And you guys did it by listening, by leaving reviews, by showing Apple and showing Spotify that you were listening and you cared and you're interacting with us. And we can never thank you enough. If you leave us a 5-star review, I have a couple here. We're going to read them on the air just to blow out the season, because I have 4 that I have built up and I have not had a chance to read. The first one is from April Jack 80. Great discussion, 5 stars. The two hosts really complement each other and give different perspectives. Feels like I am hanging out with fans of the show and just talking. Really enhances my enjoyment of the show. Thank you for the great breakdowns of each episode. Thank you, April Jack, for listening. From Foot of the Smokies, Happiness Found, 5 stars. I just found this podcast, and it is by far the most interesting and entertaining podcast on the Gilded Age. I love the historical aspects talked about, and the hosts have great insights on the show as a whole. Fun pod. This one is from Pina Colada. Awesome, 5 stars. Just found your podcast, love it, and love the hosts. And this last one is from D3 Light. D3 Light? Insightful. Love the history notes. 5 stars. My good friend finally talked me into watching The Gilded Age on July 16th, 2025, and I have watched every episode. I am obsessed. This is the perfect companion podcast for a show with such depth and rich in history. I rewatched the shows after listening to Caroline and Mike, great chemistry, to see what I may have missed. I am getting a kick at listening to the older podcasts and chuckling at their predictions. Join the Facebook group to delve deeper into the history. My inner history nerd rejoices. Guys, thank you so much for listening and for just making this such an enjoyable, interactive experience. Caroline, you and I spend a lot of time talking about TV shows, so I'm glad that we've got to do that again, and we're going to get to do it again for season 4. And looking forward to everything that comes next for Pod Clubhouse and for the Gilded Age.
Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you for listening. This has been an original Pod Clubhouse production. Pod Clubhouse is a podcast network dedicated to encouraging collaboration among podcasters and friends to bring a fresh voice and diverse perspective on a wide array of content. Please visit and leave a comment for us at podclubhouse.com. Rate, review, and subscribe to our podcast feeds on Apple Podcasts. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You can find us at Pod Clubhouse. Our DMs are always open, and we'd love to hear from you.
Pod Clubhouse.